Thanks to Discord. Discord. Well, I guess it's about time to kill Savos' dad.
Oh, yeah.
Or at least steal his thingy.
Well, and we may not even have to steal it. I might be able to convince him to give it to us, depending on what the hell it even is.
So,
We're actually going to give it to the people who want it.
Yeah, I mean,
probably.
still, he told us that he basically just put it on our radar that it's something we can get. Alistair isn't fully on board giving to him because he still doesn't know exactly who the Water Baron is.
I say we get it and then we, I don't know, we run somewhere. We go to Dragon's Car with it and we fuck people up. Boom.
Or-
done.
Wait, is Grim back?
That's,
Well, our plan was to head to Examir, and that's a lot closer than Dragonscar.
Oh, we can do that as well.
or we can then Savos'
That's
dad
gonna
to
be
join
fun.
with us.
Just make him a DMPC.
It'd be like that scene from the Kentucky Fried movie. It's like, we'll give you $1 million if you'll go do this for us. Money's no issue, but you'll get to kill maybe 50 or 60 people. Oh, I'm in.
That sounds like Valis right there. Well, maybe not killing people specifically, but if they were bad people.
I'm in waffle good.
Good news is that 750 gold that I spent's going to help me find Kelly.
Mm-hmm. Valis more or less is just gonna pretty much act as the cool dad. Like, he knows you're probably gonna get into trouble, and he's not completely against it, but he's just gonna say, just be smart about it.
How smart is Phil's little man?
Especially since he won't be able to always help you out in a fight.
I can't fight for dick.
Oh, you got spells.
Oh,
Mostly illusion.
You can still get by. I want my next level up. I want my actual 3rd level spells.
You don't have 3rd level spells?
Well, I got Lehman Tiny Hut and Hypnotic Pattern. Next level, I get 3 more 3rd level spells.
Oh.
One
okay.
for normal bard, and then additional magical secrets as a lore bard. Which,
alright.
probably at this place, I'm probably going to stock up on some diamonds. Because
Why?
Because I don't want another Faustus situation to happen.
Yeah,
I
he
plan
can.
on taking Revivify.
Yeah, that's a good one.
because
That's a good
I'm the only
idea.
one who could even cast that at this time.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I'm back.
Okay. 5D.
Yeah, Zundus has to wait until like 10th level before he could cast it,
Yeah.
or 9th,
What?
I think.
Like a reincarnation spell or something? Or?
Revivify, the
Oh, yeah.
weakest of the revive spells, has to be 9th level for Zundus.
Yeah. You guys are kind of dead in the water with revive spells.
That's why I want to become 6th level, so I can get my Revivify.
Or, yeah, because even if Ryan dips into cleric, that's
It'll
going to be a
take
while
him
too.
3 levels.
Yeah,
or-
and it's going to be a while
5
before I
levels.
do that.
Yeah.
Maybe my backup should be
If I
a
do it.
cleric. I'm gonna make that now.
Mine is a cleric. Like,
Wait.
it is going to be full life domain, because I know that's why Alistair will die, is because we do not have the healing.
Howdy, don't lie. You've got like 7 clerics probably made already.
Cleric is one of the harder ones for me to make for. I have
I'm back
quite a few.
Sorry.
Yeah, like I have a few, but not too many. Fighters I can make for days, because yeah, you fight, so you have a lot more options on how you do that.
Yeah, you guys good to go?
I do
Yeah.
believe.
Sorry, I just had to make some tea. A lot of talking, so.
Yeah.
Let me just pull up my notes.
You can.
Pull up my calendar.
Kalendar. Is that a new continent we're going to go to?
It's the new place, man. Calendar. not Cal-
Kalendar.
Oh, it took me a second.
Really
Not
developed,
the smartest tool in the shed.
It's okay, guys.
Is that where they developed the game Calculator?
Calculator.
Yeah.
That's the new class, right? In D&D.
You're putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Okay, guys. So last game was interesting. You guys spent. It's the first real time that you guys actually spent outside of the Willowdale and Brightwater region. So just around that area, the eastern part of Galberis. You guys were in. You arrived at Willowdale Wharf. And I think by the time that the game has started, it was around afternoon-ish, late afternoon, where you guys spent some time accomplishing a few tasks. Brotar and Savos went to the Crooked Noose to meet Rickus and purchased some supplies for the long travel. Alistair completes some tattoos from an elderly woman who was camped out near the docks. Zundus spent most of the evening alone, but eventually met the same woman that Alistair met near the docks, who offered a little bit of wisdom regarding his past life with the Drow and about worshipping Lolth. Gray continues to drink at the Queen Emerald, where eventually all of you return and find him mid-fight. And eventually he passes out. And all of you go for your rest for the evening. The next morning, Brotar heads out to acquire some hats from Rickus. Zundus returns to the site where he met the elderly woman and finds her gone. Eventually, all of you gather and follow Luann, who Brotar knew during his time at sea. She leads you to the seaside docks, where you see your grand vessel for the next month, the Carissa. Approaching the Carissa, you are greeted by Hilgar, a large dragonborn wearing all black armor. He seemed to be the captain type, but eventually it's revealed that the halfling, Captain Lambert, is actually going to lead this whole expedition to Ecclesia. He reminds you, He brings you on board, and before you leave, the Water Baron Ogolin and his sister see you guys off, reminding you that your mission is to acquire the staff from Kodlak, Salus's father. At sea, you spend the next month in various states of boredom, excitement, general malaise, having eaten some bad food from the ship's half-elf cook. And at some point, you're disturbed by Bertram, who claims that the Carissa is crossing a fog patch, and it's rendered the ship unmoving in the middle of the sea. Captain Lambert and Brotar are unable to navigate through this low-visibility fog, and eventually the crew members begin to disappear one by one, which leads you guys face-to-face with a few manticores and a screaming banshee who raided the ship during the evening. The battle is difficult. A few of you succumb to the prowess of the trio, but eventually you prevail, and Captain Lambert expresses his gratitude for protecting the ship as much as possible, even though 3 crew members lost their lives in the process. You journey continuing on through the Ogrillian Sea and eventually arrive in Port Elisset, near the city of Ecclesia in Northern Leon. A large dragon's maw is situated near the ocean side, which you guys are just entering now. It's just all dragon bones. Though we did miss something, even though that's the end of the summary, which was Brotar's birthday. So,
I guess would Brotar bring it up?
Yeah, Brotar, are you going to bring it up, or do we just move on?
We just moved on.
So you didn't bring it up to anybody?
No. He's very disappointed that no one remembered, though. But he's not going to say anything.
Did you ever tell us?
I just met you.
It doesn't matter. He's still disappointed.
Wow.
Yeah, same goes for Gray. That's not fair.
So as you guys are approaching the large dragon's maw at Port Elisset, Captain Lambert looks at all of you and says, "Well, it's been a long journey. I'm glad we made it. It got a little hairy in there a few times, but you guys pulled through. And I'm really glad to have you guys on board, and, well, I guess kind of owe you guys one." And you guys are just pulling in. You see Brotar pouting off in the corner.
What's got you down? Still feeling that meal from a few weeks back?
Well, yes, but that's not it. It's my birthday.
Oh, why didn't you say something?
I don't know. I always get depressed about it.
Because you're getting old?
I guess. Especially because, I don't know, like a week ago I got 10 years older. So this one seems kind of strange.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that was a thing.
I keep forgetting that you're
Maybe
new
we
to
should
this group.
explain that during the group chat.
I feel like there was probably a lot we didn't discuss during the group chat.
I mean, long story short, something happened to me and Graham, the guy that's not with us anymore, and we both aged like 10 years, and we became different. We were the same person, but we became different. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what the hell happened, and we haven't had time to really stop and think about it.
Perhaps we should find that grim person. Maybe he knows something.
I mean,
Nah, he won't know anything.
Sure.
I think that is
What?
a plan of ours to find him, but he
well,
doesn't want to be found right now, I don't think.
Yeah, we know roughly where he is, or at least probably where he is headed. And knowing him, he'll probably be fine.
Maybe. Depends on what bullshit he gets himself
I mean,
into.
he's anything if not tenacious.
I'm not sure if you explained this to me, but why did he run up?
It was a bit of a disagreement between how we should have done things. It's actually similar to why this one is in debt. As he points to Savos.
I was at the money you mentioned.
Yeah. We're the ones who helped Old Win take care of the, we took care of the three-headed serpents. And around that time, well, we were in Old Win's treasury, and we all took a share. But in the end, after talking to someone who runs a place there, we ended up letting the city have the money back. The parent and Grim, he didn't like that so much.
I see.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Alistair, are you going to use your necklace? Are you planning to use your necklace today?
I don't really plan on it, but alright. What do you plan on using it for?
There's someone that I want to try to reach.
Alright. And he'll toss the necklace.
I'll grab it. And Jay, I'm gonna try to contact Yano, Grey Castle. No, sorry, Silvercross.
Okay. Okay. So you pull out this pendant and you begin to speak into it,
And I say,
clutching it in your hands. Yep.
"Where are you, boy? I need to find you. I need to talk to you." Suzanne, where are you?
It takes a little while, and there's almost a moment where you've just chalked it up to he's not going to respond. But after maybe about 30 minutes or so, you hear a voice come through, and you recognize that it is the voice of Yano.
Oh,
He says, You're looking for me. Why? That's it.
and I send another message because I
Okay.
believe I can send to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because I want to kill the same person you do. And that's it. And I toss the necklace back to Alistair.
And he responds to you immediately after you sent the message. And he says, I'm headed for Dragonscar. If you can somehow make it through, we can talk.
Okay. That's it.
So, anyone else going to do anything? You guys are still on the ship, kind of approaching Port Ellicot's docks. These are probably about still quite a ways away. You can see in the horizon approaching slowly as you do go through this large set of dragon bones that's kind of jutting out from the docks. But you're probably about 10 to 15 minutes away from the actual docks.
I'm probably below decks, suiting up and getting my things together and packing.
Okay.
Yeah, I did the same. And as I'm about to leave the ship, I use Mask of My Faces and I turn myself into a human because I don't know how they're going to react to things.
Okay. Anyone else going to do
going full blue skin. He doesn't care.
Anyone else?
Nope.
We haven't had arrests or anything since that fight with the.
You
did
have.
We did have arrests. Okay.
Actually, take that.
Yeah,
back.
like immediate.
Yeah, the long
Just
rest.
So
Yeah, it happened like
Okay.
like a regular human.
Okay, so Sabo's gonna make himself look like a regular human.
So I'm not like
Yeah, the
exhausted
fight
or
was
frightened or any of that stuff anymore.
No, it happened like midweekish.
Okay.
During the last leg of your travel, so you guys would have had a few nights probably. So Captain Lambert looks over at all of you and says, "Any of you folks have been to Ecclesia before?"
I've been
Would I
here,
have,
right?
Jay?
It depends, because I think majority of your travels was heading eastward, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, even before
Well-
that, would his parents ever take him there for any reason?
I'll say make a history check.
All right.
I think would Brotar have been here?
Brotar definitely would have circled around. Probably not ported
Okay.
in this particular place, but actually, possibly he would have possibly actually ported in Ecclesia, because you have been. I mean, you spent a long time, so
Right.
you've probably been to a lot of the ports. The only real place that you haven't completely been to in that's kind of a mystery to you would be Kodosvir and Eastgil as the separate continents.
Right. Okay.
But you would have generally kind of hovered around this area as some sort of trade route or something, or at least just passing through.
Gotcha.
13. 13, you don't recall being to this place. And actually, as everybody is approaching, as you guys are approaching now, you do see an unfamiliar sight to you, Alistair. It's... You guys move past this dragon bone with its wings spread out. You go through the mouth, and right above you, you just see a large spinal column that's kind of following you as you're entering Port Elisset. Eventually coming out the other side where the tail is wrapped around, and you circumvent that. You're approaching the docks, and behind it, you do see... I should make a perception check as well. I'd say any two of you can make the perception check at this point.
Perception.
Yeah, for
I
whoever
think we're
wants to
all
do it.
+2 except Brotar is +5.
No, I'm +0.
Oh,
Okay.
14.
Yeah, so I'll say yeah, just make it a group one. So Zundis and
Okay.
Alistair, or
Okay.
Zundis and Gray,
I haven't rolled yet.
and
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the history. dice.
21.
I rolled a 12.
So 5 for Savos. Damn, Zundis. Okay. So you this place doesn't look familiar to you, Alistair. You're looking at it and you're like, I don't recall seeing any sort of this, civilization or city that looks similar to at least what you can see, which from a distance, you just see a snowy white area. It just looks all white. And you've been a little bit to the northwest, specifically Norton Leon. You pass by certain places there, not in Ecclesia, however.
All right.
Brotar and Zundis, as you guys are looking on towards the actual main city, you just see cylindrical or dome-like structures. You're just looking, and you also see a few individuals in posts. So it's almost like in the middle of the docks, not the docks, the middle of this kind of bay past the dragon bones. There are huge posts. They're cylindrical. And there are small platforms on the side of them, and there are people on those platforms. You also see above you flying on occasion what look like griffins that are just flying to and fro the seaside, out, kind of circling the area. Another thing you guys notice is that it's getting really cold. Very, very cold. I'd say it almost feels like a cold, wet fall weather day. So,
We have warm clothes, right?
I mean, you guys, some of you do. I assume a few of you have cloaks.
Faustus's cloak that I've been wearing.
Yeah, I don't think you guys would have, like, you know, gloves and a scarf and or anything.
Okay, I'm gonna put my fez hat and I'm gonna look for a place to buy warm clothing and gloves and.
I forgot about the fez
That
hat.
fucking Fez hat. Best purchase in game
I
yet.
love it.
Okay, so you guys are still approaching, but that is what you see as you guys are approaching. You take about 10 to 15 minutes heading towards the dockside. And just as you guys are approaching slowly, you see another vessel. It looks a little strange. It almost looks like a moon-shaped vessel. So it's as if the moon, a quarter moon, say. So it's like a crescent moon, and it's heading towards you, and it almost looks like the hooks are kind of scooping the water. So I'll show you what I mean. So it's almost like
Bye,
almost-
Fez.
it almost looks like it almost looks like a ship like that heading towards you guys.
Oh, okay.
So it's a very strange looking ship, and
Like a
you know
fucking stapler.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say it
it's-
almost
it's
looks
like
like
a- it's
one
like
of those things from
moon of some
Battlestar
sort.
Galactica, the Cylon ship.
Yeah, the Cylon ship. So they're almost like that, and it's just kind of, you know, drawing in a little bit of water in this area, and it's heading towards you guys.
Brotar, you're the expert at sea. What the hell kind of ship is that?
I mean, that image we're looking at is a top-down shot, right? Or is it?
Yeah, it's a top-down shot.
I've seen a lot of boats in my day, and I ain't never seen nothing look like that.
Is it? I'll turn to the captain. Is it dangerous?
He looks at all of you and says, "Well, I guess that answers my question. None of you have been to Ecclesia yet, huh?"
I mean,
I've never been on a boat
I've-
before.
I've been
Yeah,
here
but
before, but I don't remember ever seeing nothing like this. I don't think.
It's like, well, let's just say the Frostborn like to keep it safe. And he kind of just smirks at all of you, and he almost looks like he's excited for you, but at the same time, like, just another day for him, because he's always traveling to Ecclesia.
Okay, we're about to go
Get
through
into
customs.
some shit.
So, eventually, unless anyone wants to do anything else, eventually the ship begins to kind of close. The two ends kind of become like pincers as the center area kind of slowly starts breaking, and it approaches the ship, which has now slowed down considerably. The sails have been collapsed. You're now just completely drifting ashore. And this ship suddenly makes a loud thud as it just begins to clamp directly in the front of your ship, in front of the Carissa. It's not huge. It's maybe about, 7 or 8 feet. And as you guys are looking down now towards this crescent moon looking thing that has clamped in the front of the ship, you do see a few people start climbing above it on a platform on the deck.
What do they look like? Like races, clothing.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
I can give him a help action.
Okay, so do it at advantage.
Oh wow! Wow!
So hard to make out what races they are from this distance, but you do see that they're wearing all white. All of them are wearing white. There's probably about 3 or 4 individuals who just start making their way to the deck side, or to the top of the deck. Eventually, you do hear a shout from the bottom who says, "Lambert, it's been some time." And you hear Captain Lambert say, Yeah, it's just the usual. Got a few new crew members here." And the voice below says, "Oh, well, you still owe me a recipe from last time. We're coming up." And he says, "Very well." Eventually, a small platform from the side of this crescent moon that is clamped on the ship begins to raise up until eventually it is in line with the deck that you're currently on, and 3 individuals step down from it wearing all white. You guys now notice that the 3 of them are half-elf or elf. They're elven. All male. And one of them approaches, who you assume had been the one that Lambert had been speaking to.
Knowing what I know about the armor that they wear, because, I've seen it, are they wearing any insignias that might indicate them as being Kaivos, considering, what I saw on the flavors?
They do not seem to be Kaivos. They're wearing all white, and it's not armor. It's like almost like monk clothes, like they're wearing like leather bracers, all white. It looks like it's made of some sort of burlap material. Doesn't look very comfortable, but and they're wearing like sash belts. Even their boots are white.
Just to be clear, I have my disguise self up, and I'm just making myself look like a generic human male.
Yeah, gotcha. So, one of them eventually approaches and walks up and says, "All right, Lambert, where's my recipe? You owe me from last time." And Lambert says, "Look, I'd love to give you that recipe, but it's been with the family for so long, I can't just give it up." And he's like, "Well, at the very least, make me a bowl tonight, would you?" Lambert says, "Well, the unfortunate part is that our cook is not... It's not great."
Am I near?
Thank you very much.
His food will kill you.
We're all alive. No need to harp on the guy.
Ish. Alive-ish.
Barely
You
alive.
can't help that y'all are weak. I don't know why I'm defending this guy.
I'm going to need you to rescind that statement.
Oh, yeah. I was fine.
You're lucky.
Right. Or he's just used to eating trash.
I mean, I am from a circus.
See, there you go.
One second.
So, the man who Lambert is speaking to says, "Well, what do you mean? What happened to Levin?" And he says, Captain Lambert says, "Well, that bastard's gone. I don't know. Found a few treasures a while back, and he made off with one of the stashes, and just never came back." And the man says, "Well, that's a shame. I was really looking forward to having some of that dwarven stew, but no matter. Anyways, I see some new faces here. Who are they?" And Captain Lambert says, "Well, you're familiar with a few of these guys. You got Hilgar, you got Bertram, Avaret, Zuma. Well, we lost a few at sea. and he begins to kind of name off each of the crew members until he gets to you guys. And he says, got a few people here, Water Baron's orders. The man looks at all of you and says, introduce yourselves.
Name's Brotar.
Name's Alistair Tailweaver.
And it would be Savos and Gray that's left up top, right? I think.
Yeah.
Savos is one.
Yeah, I'm still
My-
Vortex.
Greyjoy Lux.
He looks over at you, Savos.
Oh, they're staring at me?
Yeah. The one guy is.
I'm going to tell him that my name is Alexander. Wait.
Yep, that's fine. He looks at all of you and says, well, welcome to Ecclesia. My name is Saris. I am the overseer here at the docks, and I ensure that all individuals who come to Ecclesia are aware of the rules. Now, before we continue, Lambert, I would hate to do this to you, but I must search the ship. As per orders from the Archmage himself. And Lambert says, yeah, we got nothing to hide. We got a few more crew members down there. Just, as usual, watch your head. Says, will do. The three of them begin to make their way past all of you down to the ship. Zundis, what are you doing during this time? Are you going to attempt to hide, or as you do hear a few footsteps making their way towards you?
Somehow I feel like hiding's probably not going to work. So I'm sort of just trying to act casual.
Okay. So the three make their way down into the boat, into the ship. And as they're kind of looking around, two of them kind of break off and start kind of searching certain areas, looking behind barrels, opening a few of the barrels up that are inside.
Yeah, I'm just in my room packing my sea bag.
Okay, mask on, right?
Yeah.
You hear a knock on your door, or what door there is. Just on any piece of wood.
Yeah, I just say, Yenta.
Comes in and he says, is it just you down here?
Just me. Well, my other shipmates have gone up. I'm just finishing packing.
Very well. Have you been to Ecclesia before?
Can't say I have.
Well, this is just protocol. I'm sure it's nothing, seeing that you're traveling with Lambert himself. Under orders from the Water Baron, could you please remove your mask?
I'm not so certain you'd like me to do that. I'm rather disfigured.
Well, believe me when I say I've seen it all. It's just protocol. It's nothing malicious. Ecclesia is just a safe city, and we just want to know anybody who's entering.
I should have followed.
Is he Elven?
Yeah, he's Elven.
In Elvish, I will say I am Kilkasari.
He kind of takes a moment before he eventually realizes a little bit, like he kind of already knew, but just didn't put two and two together. He says, we don't see many of your kind around here, Drow.
That's the reason why I hide my face. Shame, mostly.
What is your business here?
This is with them.
join us at the decks. And he speaks to the others in Elvish, the other two who are searching. And he says, escort this man in Elvish. And two of them just stand beside you. They're both, very thin elves or half-elves wearing all white, but they're at your side at this point.
Yeah, what's up?
Are you going to follow, or?
Well, I'm just carrying my bag. I mean, I'm ready to, do something if I need to, but I was expecting this.
So you reach for your bag, and one of them kind of somewhat prematurely, you just see his hands light up with flame immediately, just as he sees you reach for your bag. And Saris holds his hands out and he says, there's no need for that. Calm yourself. And then in a kind manner, he says, what's your name, Drow?
Sundus.
Well, Sir Philifar, if you would please join the others on the deck.
Of course.
And as the four of you eventually make your way up, a few of the other crew members who are just kind of off in other areas of the ship follow you all upstairs. And eventually everybody, the whole entire crew of the Carissa are now at deck. Along the way, he does whisper to you, Zundis. He says, do not worry. The Frostborn are understanding. They just want to ensure that any individuals, not races, individuals who come here are safe to enter.
Your response to that in Elvish, Zundus will say, I am not your enemy.
He doesn't respond, but he does nod. And he doesn't seem too worried. He's just almost going through the motions, from what you gather.
Right.
So, eventually all of you guys are at the deck of the ship, and Sarah stands before all of you and says, now, for all of you who haven't been to Ecclesia, I don't know if Lambert has filled you in, but something you should know is that magic here is strictly forbidden. Unless you are a student from the Aradia, you are strictly forbidden to cast any magic in Ecclesian grounds. Arcane magic, well, that's even worse. Frostborn has claimed that any arcane magic usage in the city of Ecclesia is punishable by death or exile. Now, you should know that our Griffin Riders and the Iridescent Guard will be keeping a close eye on all of you. And when I say all, I don't mean just you. I mean everybody in this city. You follow these rules, you are welcome to our city. You break them, well, I'll leave that to your imagination. Now, was there anything else, Lambert? And Lambert kind of sits there by himself clapping, and he's like, that was pretty good. I like that speech a little better than the last one. And Saris is like, right? I'm getting better, right? And Lambert's like, yeah, you're a little more serious than the other times. Says, well, I'll try. Says, well, did you guys have any questions for me before we continue?
Not particularly.
Very well. Remember the rules, and you can enjoy everything that Ecclesia and Norton Leon has to offer.
Before
Yeah.
I leave, I ask him, okay, so you said magic is forbidden. But what if we cast a spell before we knew about the rules?
he kind of shoots you a kind of strange look, and you guys kind of lock eyes, and it's almost like a staring contest. Like you guys are both like trying to see who breaks first for a second. And he says, "Friend, I think I know what you mean, but well, which is why we're here in the middle of the coast for the time being. But as soon as, let's just say this, as soon as you set foot on land and you walk through the cloud gates and you're still casting spells, then the iridescent guard will get you. But you don't do any of that, then there's no problem."
Okay, that's fine, I guess. And I drop Mask of Many Faces.
And so now at this point, instead, the one guy who had drawn fire against Sundus but put it away, it's now the other guy who's a little more quick to the gun. And this time, you just see a little bit of air, like a ball of air swirling in his hand.
Whoa, calm down, buddy.
Yeah, and Saris looks over at him and he's like, "Yeah, buddy, calm down. Okay, it's fine."
Now, I do have a question.
And what
Are
was
we allowed
that?
to defend ourselves? Oh, sorry. What are you gonna say?
He says, "And what was that? What was your name?"
Alistair.
Alistair. Yes, Alistair.
question-
How can I help you?
My question is, if we need to defend ourselves, are we allowed to use magic in that scenario if we are attacked and our lives are threatened?
And he kind of puts his arm around you and he walks you right to the front of the ship. And as you're looking out now, somewhere around the central part of the city, you see a massive tower. It's almost an obelisk. It's not quite a livable tower. And at the center of it, there is a crystal. It's a diamond-shaped gem, a massive one. You'd take that if you were to approach it, it would be almost like the size of a building. And he says, "You see that crystal over there, friend?
I do indeed.
That thing turns red. It means Ecclesia is under attack. It means that the iridescent guard will have their hands full. It means that you can do whatever you want with your magic as long as it does not hurt the populace."
I would never dream of it. That was just
Other than
for my
that-
own protection. My skills are more leaning towards magic, just for my own protection. I just want to be sure that I won't be beheaded for protecting myself is all.
You won't be. But for any threats in the city, which I can guarantee you Ecclesia is very safe, thanks to the iridescent guard and thanks to the rule of the Frostborn, you won't have any use for your skills unless that thing turns red.
Fair enough. I just like to be secure because I just like knowing, just in case, because I've been to a lot of cities and some not as protected as here.
I can understand that. Well, I think you'll really like Ecclesia.
Well, let's see if I do then.
Very well. Any other questions?
Actually, yes. Does that rule extend to magical items? He kind of points to the mask. I need this to see.
I'm sure the exception can be made. And he kind of looks over at Lambert. And he says, "Well, I'll tell you what, I'll find a way to register this mask of yours, but magic items are generally not frowned upon as long as it's not used on the populace, but I don't see the harm with a mask, but let's just say if you do run into any trouble, I'll make sure that You're safe. Is that a deal? And he holds out his hand to shake yours.
He does so. Many thanks.
You do as well?
Yeah, he grabs his hand.
Okay. Make a dexterity save.
What the hell?
Whoa, what the hell?
$20.
Wow.
20.
20.
You catch it at the very, very last second. And you manage to just pull away. But in his hand, he is holding a pair of what look like very thin manacles that looks almost like a bracelet. It's not quite like jailhouse manacles with a chain or anything, but it's just hidden in his hand. And as you're going to shake his hand, he tries to clamp it on your wrist. But you just pull away at the last second.
Who's trying to do this?
And he, almost
Sorry.
unafraid,
Who was trying to do this?
Saris.
I place my hand immediately on my sword.
You say you're going to wield your sword?
No, like my hand is basically clasping onto the handle of the sword.
And he says, he looks over at Lambert, almost not afraid, and he says, that just never works, does it? And he's like, Lambert's like, well, that was kind of obvious. And you hear Hilgar, the Dragonborn, just chuckling in the back. And he says, I'm sorry, friend, I should probably told you, but I wanted to work just once.
Can I
Anyways,
insight check this guy to see if he's actually this nice or he's trying to play us?
yeah, sure. Make an insight check.
13.
You know, like you've seen that he doesn't seem so worried, and you see that there is a rapport between him and the captain and people who just seems like he's just doing his job from what you can gather.
Okay.
And he says,
Go ahead.
he says, well, look, you put this thing on, and we'll say that your mask is cleared.
Do you?
And he kind of just holds it out in his hand in front of you.
Have I ever seen any device like this at all?
Make an Arcana check.
So 15?
Nice.
You've seen this being used. It's not quite in the same form that you've seen it in the Twilight Expanse or any of your time in Kotosphere, but you have seen objects that give off the same kind of vibe as this. And they are temporary anti-magic fields. So you gather that the moment he puts this thing onto you, you probably won't be able to cast any sort of magic.
He just nods and puts it on.
Okay. Says, well, that was nice. Anyways, enough of this foolery. I'm sorry I'm eating up so much of your time. Please, if you guys are ready, we can head off. You guys got your stuff?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
He does begin to lead you back down through the docks, or at the dock, at the deck, on the platform, and eventually down towards this crescent moon-shaped ship as you guys begin to just float towards the docks of Port Elisett. Eventually, you arrive, and you see the sandy beaches on one corner of the coast. You pass that, and eventually you end up on a dock. A large stone dock that looks like it's built directly into the land. And as you guys step off, you look up and you do see now, very close, that everything is spherical, cylindrical, or egg-shaped. There are no corners whatsoever in Ecclesia. And Lambert says to you, well, we gotta start unloading all this stuff. I do owe you guys one, so you ever need anything from us, I mean, we're here for a week. And Hilgar kind of nods. Says, Lambert continues and says, well, yeah, but we got a week here, so you want to make your way back or hop along, or just, we can't just go and take you guys anywhere, but if it's nearby, I mean, we have no issues with letting you guys on the ship. Got a little bit of downtime.
Thank you.
Just, no, thank you. You all saved a lot of lives back there, and, well, if it's any consolation, and he looks over at you, Brotar, and says, happy birthday, and, you look great for your age.
Thank you, I think.
He goes, anyways, and he tips his massive captain's hat to you, and he begins to yell orders as the rest of the crew kind of begin to stretch and get their footing on land. A few of them just begin to immediately start unloading stuff. As you guys are now at Port Elisette in Ecclesia.
Question.
Yeah.
Did it remove the thing, or is it still on my arm?
It's on your arm.
Well, this place sucks.
I mean, pretty common. No, I wasn't expecting the bracelet, but yeah.
Alright, the internet fixed itself.
Nice.
Welcome back.
Yep. So you guys are now at the grounds of Port Elisette, Savos. So just so you know, you guys have ridden the crescent-shaped boat to the coast into the dock area. You guys are now standing at the foot of this dock area, and as you guys are looking around, it's cold, it's chilly. Savos doesn't seem to be bothered by any of this, but you guys are kind of getting a little bit of the chills standing around. And it's quiet here today. There's not too many ships around the area as you guys arrive kind of early in the morning.
Oh, it's like early morning. Fuck.
Yeah.
I was gonna say let's go to the bar and talk some stuff out, but oops.
You still can.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I mean, it's never too early to go to the bar.
I was actually thinking about looking for a patisserie.
Question, boys. Do you have business in the city? Is Stavos's daddy here, or
As far
I'm
as
just-
I know, Alexander, would you care to explain?
I don't know where the fuck he is. I haven't seen him in a while.
Is he someone that would look suspicious if we were asking about him?
Maybe? Jay?
Yeah, you've seen him before. Savos has transformed into him in Oldwin. He's a medium-sized human, or elven. Sorry, he's human, right, Savos? Yeah, he's a medium-sized human man. He's got rough skin, long, dirty black hair, brown eyes. Just looks like a standard dude.
Gray doesn't know what it looks like.
No, Gray and Zundus wouldn't know, but the rest of you have seen it before.
Well, there's no. Well, I say we go get a drink, and then we start looking for his dad. We find his dad, we kill his dad, and we get the fuck out of here.
We don't need to kill him if you don't have to.
You really think he was gonna hand his powerful whatever to us without a fight?
He didn't say we didn't have to have a fight, but don't necessarily have to kill the man.
Yeah. I mean, we shouldn't jump straight to fighting if we don't have to. There are other ways to get what you need.
I mean, I guess I'm not opposed to a non-violent solution, but I would prefer to do this quickly because I don't want to be in a place where I can use my gifts.
So this just gonna holds up the bracer and emphasis.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
I am accustomed
might be.
to that sort of thing.
So maybe we skip the drink then. We just go looking for him.
I mean, I guess that would be the best. Alexander, do you know any good places to start looking?
Jay?
Make a history check.
Okay.
Just because you're kind of familiar. 16?
16.
Yes, so from what you remember, I don't think it's out of your memory yet, but from what you just think through things and you're like, yeah, it's not common to have alcohol in Ecclesia.
What? No magic and no alcohol? What the fuck?
I
we're in
think
the
we
south.
found your personal hell.
This is ridiculous.
Jay?
Yeah.
Well,
Around, I'm gonna be looking, keeping an eye out for a bakery.
A bakery?
Yes.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Okay.
So are you guys gonna start moving into the town
Actually, question.
town proper, or yep.
Let's see. Does my mask work?
Your mask works.
Okay.
Yeah, your mask still works.
Greg's got to go sober.
Perception. So, you're smelling a little bit of something. There's something out there that smells good. And if you guys are I assume you guys are making your way into the town at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so as you guys are kind of walking through the streets, you notice that there's not a lot of corners. Everything about Ecclesia is very rounded and circular in nature. There are rounded streets. There are no corners. Nothing intersects into a corner. Everything is kind of windy and circular. The buildings are smooth. And they look almost like some sort of sandstone, a very pristine white sandstone. Rounded tops, domed in nature. And it almost looks like you're just staring at a sea of like spider eggs or something. Like it's all white and it's all cylindrical or circular. Roads are cylindrical and circular.
Wait,
However, it's
but
beautiful.
I know why. Oh, sorry.
If you want to make a history check. 19. You've heard the Archmage speak of this before, that the elven population and the iridescent guard don't like places for creatures to perch onto, and they want to confuse anybody who attacks the city, which in Northern Leon, it's a harsh city. There are lots and lots of beasts that attack the city constantly. It's battle-hardened. And so their city reflects this. They don't give any beasts who fly above any perches to stand on. They don't have any. There's no way for creatures who somehow get through the city gates to climb up buildings. They have no grips. They have no way to get up there. So it's designed with defense and battle in mind.
Ah,
You mentioned something. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you do follow a smell, and after a little while of looking around, you do see a few rows of circular buildings that kind of conjoin together that have people going in and out, carrying some food, some baskets, etc.
Sorry, you were going to say something, James?
no.
Okay. I will just motion for the others to follow me and head in that direction.
Okay, so everyone's gonna follow Zundis to the food.
Yeah.
What?
Okay. So you do come
as-
upon this road. Yeah.
As Gray follows him, he kind of tries to hide behind Alistair, and he pulls out like his last bottle of whiskey, and he looks around to see if anyone is watching, and he opens it and takes a swig.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check.
Did Brotar see this, by the way?
Oh,
Sorry?
I said, did Brotar see this?
I'll say if you're... What's your natural... what's your passive perception? Actually, I have it here.
Passive
it'd
15.
be 15.
15? All right.
Natural 20.
No, nobody sees
God
this.
damn it.
Oh my god. That's funny.
Brotar's thirsty.
Damn it. Yeah. I might have cutting words that.
You didn't see
It
it.
was a nat 20.
Yeah. So, anyone else want to do anything? Are you guys just going to head into this somewhat circular establishment?
I mean, I guess we head in.
Okay.
I mean, Zundis is leading us there. I'm wondering why he's hungry.
Yep. So you eventually do. You eventually do approach this building, and before you had a chance to get in, the door swings wide open, and a taller, very slender half elf looks over at you and he says, "Well, pardon me, sir," and he holds the door open for you.
Thank you.
Pardon, but do you happen to sell cake yet?
I don't, and you can now see like he's holding a bunch of like goods inside of a basket, and he says, "I'm sure you'll find what you need in here.
Thank you.
You're welcome." And he just continues to hold the door for all of you.
And
Okay. And
I think I know what Zundis' idea is, and I am all for this.
so you guys go inside, and you do see that it looks almost like a food court. Like there's just a bunch of connected buildings with lots of little stalls. Inside, you do see the designs are a little more forgiving with the angles. There's tables and even some of the rooms, though domed and circular on the outside, there's corners on the inside, of course. It's still just a regular building. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? Just a bakery?
Yes. I'm looking for a bakery, specifically something that specializes in cakes.
Okay, there is a bakery. There's a few people who are manning what looks like a bakery off in the corner in this establishment.
Yeah, I'm heading on it like a dog on a bone.
Okay.
Just
So another half elf, two of them actually. There's a half elf and a human, or an elf and a human, who greet you. And it's a woman who first greets you and says, "I'll be with you in a second." And she's just kind of like rummaging around, gathering a few bags, and a person kind of cuts in from behind you and holds his hand out. And the lady says, "Well, come back tomorrow." And she hands this person this bag and says, "Oh, apologies for that. Just a little bit of a late order. How can I help you?"
Yes, that's all right. We are looking to get a cake.
A cake? What sort of cake are you looking for?
Question, but what would it cost you to make a particularly large cake?
A
Cheesecake.
large cake. And she says, well, how large are we talking?
He just kind of
Person size?
open his arms.
Okay. And you're like a manhole size cover is
Basically, yeah,
like a giant one that you okay.
So like a
So-
wedding cake size.
yeah.
She goes, and is there a particular flavor or anything that you guys like?
Kind of
Sort of
kicks over his
designs?
shoulder and Bruiser. That's your cake.
It's around now. Alistair pieces together. Like, yeah, what do you want?
She says, well, the cost will depend on what ingredients and sort of designs that you guys wish to have, but a plain old cake, the base alone would probably be about 5 gold pieces, and then any additionals that you would like. We'd have to tack that on to the price.
That's not so bad. What do you want to take that, big boy?
Is Ryan just like, no?
I'm sorry. What?
Ryan, you okay?
Yeah, I'm here. I fell asleep. I think. What did I
You
miss?
okay?
Sorry.
We're buying you a birthday cake.
Oh, you're
What do
buying me a
want your
birthday
to be?
cake.
What do you want? Like, what ingredients do you want? What flavors?
Beef.
Beef?
Yes. And beer.
Beef
How about a
and
rum cake?
beer?
Something.
Ah,
Well,
this-
there's no booze in this town, so I don't know if you're gonna be able to do that though.
Well, there's little booze. He didn't say completely no booze.
It's like I get to finally say the word beefcake in a context that makes sense. So that's nice.
Oh my god, why did Bobby have to go to the bathroom? Hilarious. Bobby, we're getting a beefcake.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ryan's getting a male stripper.
Hey, I don't judge.
Like, who do you think it's gonna be?
So, I guess that's beef and beer? What?
That sounds like a good
Is that what you
pairing
want?
to me.
Is that what you want, birthday boy?
That's my two favorite things.
I reckon that's what he's getting.
She says, well, I could supply the beef, but the beer is going to be a little tough. Make a persuasion check, Faustus.
Zundus.
If only.
Or Zundus, sorry.
If only.
Faustus
Yeah,
is dead.
Faustus
You're-
is dead.
You're always going to be Faustus to me. No, I'm joking. Yeah, make
Too
a
soon.
persuasion check.
Too soon.
I'll
I
say do
will
it with
bardic
advantage.
inspiration. And I will
Okay.
bardic inspiration this.
Alright, so let me roll another one. That's
Oh.
what, 8 on the board?
And roll a d8. 1d8.
17?
She goes, well, I don't normally do this, but... And she looks over at you, Brotar, and says, is it your birthday? And she's kind of smiling. Brotar?
Yeah.
She looks over at you and says, is it your birthday?
Oh,
And
yeah.
she's
I thought
kinda
you said
smiling
because
and
it's your
like-
birthday. Yes, it's my birthday. Yes, it is.
She says, oh, okay, well, I'll put the beef and the beer together in this cake, but I don't have any beer on hand and it's tough to get in this city.
I could probably find it.
If you guys can find some,
About how much would you need?
well, It depends how drunk you want to get. And she kind of laughs, but then as she says that, kind of like holds herself back. She's a little worried someone's listening. So she kind of gathers her composure after and says, I mean, sorry, it depends on how much you would like in your product.
Mm. I'm trying to think. Should I do it? Fuck it. Alistair pulls out the silver main mead bottle from his pack.
She goes, well, that's certainly convenient, but is this all you would like in this cake, or would you like more beer?
I mean, that's all I have on me.
Okay, fine. I reach into my bag and I pull my bottle of whiskey.
How does
She
that
kinda-
thing have anything left in it after the month at sea?
It's a big
He
flask.
spent a lot of money on. Oh no, it's not a flask. He bought a shit ton of bottles of whiskey.
Oh,
She looks over and looks at you and she says, sir, is this enough alcohol in your cake? And she kind of thinks for a second, looking at you, Brotar.
I mean, I can't. Like, there's a little tear coming out of his eye, and he's like so touched that y'all would give up your alcohol for him. So I don't even know what to say.
Sorry, man, I
Well,
don't
don't
have
think us just yet, because there is more to come.
Oh God.
She says, well, if it's this for the flavor, it'll be enough. But if you're looking to get a little loose, then perhaps we'll need a little more.
I mean, are we really trying to get smashed on this?
It's up to you
Yes.
guys.
I mean, what's the
Well,
point
if
if we're
they want,
not?
at least I think it's-
I mean, I don't want to waste your guys' booze on just this cake if we ain't going to get something out of it.
Yeah, like with the quantity you guys are offering, at the very least it'll be flavored, unless Gray gives up his whole stash to do it.
Oh shit.
Something tells me there's a
It's
stash
a
of
big-
booze somewhere in this town.
It's like imagine when they make like, you know, rum cakes or anything like that. Like, you know, they'll mix it in there. But you're asking, Faustus is asking for like a multi-layered
Zundis.
Zundis, sorry.
Every
Multi-layered.
time you say that, we take like
Yeah, you gotta take a shot.
2d12 of psychic damage.
Yeah, sorry.
I bet.
Yeah, so
I bet
So
there's
Zundis is
a
asking
there's a
for a
stash
massive-
somewhere in this town that we can find.
some say moonshine.
Well, I'm just thinking that in my travels, usually if there's a dry town, someone's hiding it, and it's still there. It's just harder to find. No one ever goes without booze. Come on.
Mm,
That is a good point.
What'd you say, Mom?
I turned.
I said there's got to be booze somewhere.
I turned to the baker lady and I ask her, okay, so magic is forbidden, alcohol is frowned upon. What about whorehouses? Do you have those here, or are those forbidden as well?
And she kind of looks at you and she goes, "What's that?"
He just turns around and leaves.
I think what my friend is asking for is a house of lady favors. Maybe more of how it would be said here.
She kind of looks over at you, Gray, with a little bit of somewhat judgment, but not really. She goes, it's almost like a non-point to her. She's like, "Oh no, there's none of that here."
Gray just screams, "This place is the fucking worst!" And then he just
Fine.
sits on the sidewalk.
Oh,
As you
Poor
yell
guy.
that, somebody in the background just goes, "You got that right."
Well, I guess we should go try and find anything else. Heck, we might find more of this. Then he points to the Silvermane mead. It's not made too far from here. A little ways away.
It's up to you guys what you want to do next.
Oh, I thought Ryan was pulling a Joe.
Yeah, I honestly liked it that better. I'm like, oh, it's clever. It's a gift.
I think we need to go find where all the booze is hidden in this town, because I know there's got to be some somewhere. I mean, I don't even care if it goes in the cake. It sounds like a fun thing to try to find.
So, providing we come back with all of this material, how much will this run us?
She goes, "Well, if you supply this alcohol and we make this multi-layered cake, the base is 5 gold pieces," and she does a little bit of calculation in the back of her head. And she says, "I'll sell you the whole cake for 20 gold pieces. And it'll take me about the better part of a couple of days to get the preparations, and I've got a few orders, so perhaps if you were to get it today, then by it tomorrow, early evening tomorrow, I could have it."
Sounds good to you
That
all.
should be fine.
So it won't be done on your birthday, but
I actually just had a
I
thought.
mean, it wasn't anyway.
that's true. That's true. Wonderful. Yes, we'll go see if we can get the material for you.
She kind of rips off a small piece of parchment paper and begins to scroll a number on it. And she hands it to you and says, "Well, please bring this with you when you return so that I can keep track of your order, and we'll certainly have you that cake as soon as you've brought the proper ingredients. And
Well, thanks for,
if you can, please just refrain from letting any of the iridescent guards. In fact, don't let anybody in the town catch you or let them know that this is happening. And if it turns out that you are caught, we never met."
of course.
Alistair
never been
just
here
does,
before.
Like a zip his lips motion and just says, "I never saw you in my life."
I'll make her in Elvish.
And she just turns to you like a proper salesperson and says, "Well, thank you so much for your business," almost loudly, a little louder than she normally would. And she says, "Thank you for your sale. We appreciate your business. Please return to us soon and purchase more of our products."
Will do.
Okay. So, anything else you guys want to do?
I mean,
Would I know of any place I could sell the Riftwalkers now?
Riftwalker's mail. So I'll just go by what you rolled earlier. Anything like that would be at the Aradia. Any sort of exchange of any magical or, there would be simple items for sale in the city, probably, some chain armor or weapons and stuff. But there would be no trade of any sort of powerful artifacts like the Riftwalker's mail.
Alright.
I just had a
Though
thought.
you could consult with your party. I mean, I don't know if everyone's all equipped or attuned, but
I can't wear heavy armor.
Yeah, I asked, but nobody wanted it. Like, I asked them to pick it up.
No, I cannot. I can only wear.
Yeah, medium.
I can wear it, but it sucks. I have that splinter armor that I'm not wearing.
Yeah.
So let's go.
Walkers, man. It might be good for you.
I'm
Should
looking at
be
it
able
right
to
now.
see it. I think it is one less, you said?
which?
The Riftwalker's mail?
Let me just see this.
Yeah. if I remember right, it was a -1, so it was like 15 AC base, and then it was resistant to necrotic. If I remember it right.
Let me see.
AC base.
It doesn't say it in the.
Yeah,
thing,
the
'cause I
standard one
remember,
is 16. But there was something special about
Good.
that one.
No, I'm good. I've got this win.
I'll just say yeah, just because I'll just stick to the rules as written. It'll just default to whatever the armor type is to the armor class. So I'll just negate that rule, just to keep things
Okay.
simple for you guys.
Can I? What's special about that armor specifically?
You're resistant to necrotic, psychic.
Oh, and psychic. I forgot about that.
Let me ask you something. Is there any way to pass that enchantment to another piece of armor?
You could if you were to. You would have to find an enchanter to transfer that, and it would probably cost a lot. It's possible. I mean, I don't doubt you could do it. It would just be we would determine
Another
in the
side
moment.
quest.
Yeah.
Okay. I ask if anyone, if no one wants that armor specifically. I mean, I wouldn't mind taking it and trying to find the money and pimp up my half plate. But if someone wants it,
Oh yeah, that's what you're playing.
Oh, and it also, I believe I added once per day it could do something. There's a charge. You may negate
Yeah.
a single damaging effect of Meraxium once per day. So it has one charge per day, basically, that recharges at dawn.
I mean, if no one wants it, I wouldn't mind trying to do that. But if you guys want to sell it for coin, that's fine with me as well.
Yep, it's up to you guys.
I'm a little surprised that you're not fully on this booze hunt.
Oh, I'm just trying to focus on something more productive right now.
What could be more
So-
productive than finding booze?
You're
That's
welcome.
a good point. Let's go find booze.
I got an idea though too, because Savos' daddy's kind of a big deal, right?
Maybe.
He was a religious figure, from what I remember.
There's nobody that wants the booze more than the religious folk. I bet we could kill two birds with one stone and find the booze and find the thing we're looking for with Savos' daddy.
Well, I was thinking more of the students here.
Well, that too, because they're usually drunk college kids.
Hey, which Savos, you know,
I mean, my college was.
you know the place where you get alcohol.
Excuse me, what?
I said you're local, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, I'm local.
Would you know of a place where we could get alcohol?
Jay?
Roll a history check.
Oh, yeah. 25!
Damn.
Almost a nat 20.
You don't know a specific place, but you've heard. I mean, it's you and your co-students at the school had spoken about. There's times when you guys are being misfits and truants and causing all sorts of trouble, and you've heard of this mythical place that seems to have booze stowed away in it. It is
Alright.
the home. So
Oh shit.
it used to be an establishment until the rules were applied by the Frostborn to that banned alcohol, because Ecclesia is dangerous. There's a lot of beasts and creatures that attack this place constantly. They want everyone sharp as attack every time that happens. However, there is a place that used to be an establishment that is now turned into a home. And it is in a small outpost that is now held by the iridescent guard.
Okay. Alright. I'm going to look at Zundus, and I'm going to say, there is one mythical place that might, just might, have alcohol. But it's a suicide mission.
It's always a catch.
But it's a suicide mission.
Yes.
Never tell me the odds. Let's go.
I just want to break character for a second and ask if anybody's getting like Footloose vibes.
Now that you mention it,
Bunch of fucking uptight squares in this town.
It's like a back home. It's a fucking dry county.
What I'm telling you is,
Jay,
every
let me ask you
time
something, the griffins that you mentioned that are flying around, no one is riding them, all right?
Make I'll say just make a perception check, a general perception check, just you.
Okay. I'm gonna do something really fucking stupid.
please don't get us kicked out before we at least find the booze.
9. Yeah, you're unaware. I mean, you see them flying around. You do see some that have people on them. Like they're not. It's not like they're all completely empty or they're all filled with or mounted at this point. But there are. Yeah, it's random at times. Sometimes you look up and there's just random beasts flying around. Sometimes there are mounted riders on them.
So trying to not be loud, I say to the boys. So they mentioned that there are a lot of creatures that seem to have a hard on for this city and attack this place a lot. I don't know how we're gonna go about getting the staff, but or even if we are gonna do that, because honestly, we can just tell the war baron to go fuck himself. But if we decide to get the staff, we can maybe draw a few creatures in, maybe somehow get them to attack the city, cause chaos, and then we go for the staff.
Okay. So
I'd rather not put the city in danger just for us to get buzzed.
There's no booze or magic or whorehouses here.
Right.
What are you protecting?
right.
People's lives?
Me too.
Listen, I think there's got to be something hidden when they're got all this shit you can't have.
Oh, there
I'm just telling you.
definitely is. Sabos just told us where we probably could find some.
There's probably more booze and whorehouses in this town than any other town we've been to.
The solution to not having booze is to lay siege to the city to get to a stash of booze.
Sorry, you cut out a lot. I didn't hear
Yeah, I
anything.
didn't
you
either.
said.
I said, Greg, your solution to the lack of booze is laying siege to the entire city to get to a stash of hidden booze.
That's a bit excessive.
Look.
Perfect.
Honestly, there's nothing worth saving in the city. No offense, Savos. I know this is your hometown. But, fuck this place. Fuck this place to hell.
Amen, brother.
And then I fist bump Savos.
I am appreciative of your bravado, but I have a fiance to get home to and would rather not get killed.
That, and we do know the Carvos Corporation is also around here. That was the whole reason why we were coming here in the first place.
I bet we can kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
I like the way you think.
I just got a feeling, man.
And while we kill the 3 birds with 1 stone, we can let the birds kill the town.
Are we doing
It's
it?
a win-win-win-win situation.
Just
Shit
because
is-
someone's boring does not mean they deserve to die.
Is this town is. There's probably good, honest people who live here that have no say whatsoever what laws they follow.
So we kill the rulers?
I say we let sleeping dogs die.
But
Yeah,
we are
okay.
finding that booze.
Let's go find the booze.
Come on, Gray. You need to calm the fuck down, man. I'm all for finding some booze, but Jesus Christ, we don't need to burn the town to the ground for it.
I mean, I'm not gonna burn the town to the ground because of the booze. It was because of the staff.
We'll keep that as like a plan F.
For
If
fuck
we
it all.
absolutely, that's the only way we can do it, then maybe. If we even want to take the staff. Because what's going to happen if we don't take the staff? We're not going to be allowed to go to Willowdale Wharf again?
And I mean,
Yeah.
we're not missing a lot. The city's just the town is just dense.
Yeah.
How big is the town that we're in compared to like any of the other places we've been, like Clyde or Oldwin?
Ecclesia is a city, so there's the population's probably one of the larger ones you've seen. It's probably about 10,000. So it's like an enormous metropolis at this point. But you guys are just entering kind of a market. So you guys are like just at the foot of the docks at this point.
All right, I think
Well,
we need to get out of here
Why
and
don't
do
we
some
go check
snooping
out
around.
this mythical place that
Yeah, man, I'll get us.
yeah. See if we can't sneak in, get some booze, and then have our cake and eat it too.
There's just one problem with that, Aniston.
Hmm.
Can you guys fix his armor? Points?
Go commando?
Without my magic, hardly.
Well, again, this is supposed to be a stealth operation. We're not trying to get into combat.
I've seen how you operate. I'm just saying.
What kind of armor? Brotar, you're wearing the studded leather right now, right?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
You think you could let Zundus here use your cloak for this mission?
I guess. Don't you have to attune to that though?
I think so.
Yeah.
Wait, are you
Well,
wearing
it's early
studded?
morning. We can
I
wait
thought
until
I
night.
was. Yeah, studded
Splintered.
leather.
I think you're wearing splintered.
No,
mail,
I got rid of the splint. I'm carrying it, but I'm not wearing it no more because it's too shitty.
okay.
So
Gotcha.
we found the studded leather on some dead guy or something.
Well, Faustus.
Oh shit! Yeah,
Yeah, some
just some dead guy.
Ouch, man. Ouch.
That's funny.
just to forget forget Faustus hour. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be the show title.
Hashtag just some dead guy. So bad.
That's funny.
So yeah, I have the studded leather. Where were we going before we got derailed there?
I was gonna see if Zundus could use your tidy cloak.
He can, but like I said, he's got to attune to it.
Yeah, I think that takes an hour or so.
Then yeah, we can do that. Give it up though.
You can always stand guard outside.
Yeah, are you gonna attune to the cloak or?
Depends. Are you sure you want to part with it for right now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I still have a +3 to stealth, and you're not stealthy at all.
Yeah.
Well, he has disadvantage.
I know, so that'll give
Your
you
dex.
just a straight roll. At least.
Straight roll.
Yeah,
Yeah, at the very
I'm gonna
least.
add it because I'm assuming you want it back.
probably.
Pull a Savos, just don't tell him.
I'm not like that.
Otherwise, I'll just forget about it.
Well, you got the necklace. That'll keep you smart.
Oh, of course, I still have that.
I will
Yeah,
get
so
these gold back.
I guess technically you still have it. Yeah.
So, are we gonna go stake out the place we're gonna rob?
Sure.
I suppose.
I mean, then lead the way, Alexander.
Okay, so are you guys gonna look for this mythical place where they've stored all of the stuff?
I have
Possibly.
a feeling like they put it in the basement of a garrison.
I'll say if Savos is gonna do that. Savos, go make a survival check.
Excuse me, why am I making a survival check?
Yeah, they're sending you on this mission to try to find this outpost.
Well, no, we're all gonna go together. But he's
Yeah,
the only one
like I
we
just
know.
mean I just mean like you're leading the expedition basically at this point.
Okay.
18. Okay. So you're kind of trying to remember from your time at, the rumors at school, the whispers that you've heard of this mythical place. And you're like, okay, it's apparently if you were to look at the sun, and this is like the level of rumors, it's kind of like, oh, I heard that if you like round this corner there's a secret door. In this case you're like, okay, like apparently you're supposed to look at the sun, and the way that the security tower, the central tower, reflects on it creates almost like a dial, and it leads into this angle. I'll say everybody make a intelligence check.
Okay.
Oh, joy.
Just a general intelligence check for everybody, just to see if you could decipher this weird puzzle that is the alcohol.
I am a genius.
You are a genius.
That one.
14.
Oh,
That one.
me and Brotar in dumb land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It was almost a
how many
13,
is
and then
that?
it tipped over.
So there's so you could,
Savos hasn't rolled yet.
yeah. So you guys took a little bit of a break,
Wait,
just to
do I
kind
have
of
to roll
attune to the
intelligence?
items. Yeah, all of
1 and
you. So that would be 1, 2, 3, and Gray has to roll.
2. Gray
intelligence.
did.
Oh no, he did.
15.
So is that 1, 2, 3? Oh, not one on
Rotar.
Rotar,
Yeah, I
right?
did that one.
Okay. So between all of you, you're all trying to piece this thing together. You're trying to extract all this information from Savos. What else did you hear? Okay, the angle. Okay, now we've got this sundial that's leading us. Is this correct? And Savos is just trying to piece this thing in his mind. And you guys all come to the conclusion that it is this one pristine white tower guard post that overlooks the opposite side towards the wilder lands of Norton Leon. And you do see a few guards come out of this tower. It is large. It's a large tower. And you see a few of them kind of pat each other on the back, and they're wearing this, again, almost like monk clothes. They're wearing very loose, some sort of sack or burlap material on them. It's definitely not comfortable looking. But there's a few of them that exit the establishment, enter the establishment, as you guys are just standing amongst this grand tower and looking. And Savos says, and all signs point to here.
I really wish I was evil Alistair. He would have an ability that would make this super easy.
Told you, it's a suicide mission. Now, how bad do we want this booze?
Perhaps maybe we
It's
should.
for his birthday.
Onward march!
Can we try and be a little
Place.
sneaky about this instead of just walking up to a bunch of monks?
I'm gonna place my hand firmly on Savos's shoulder and say, "Sorry."
Well, hold up. Well, let's at least try this first. Let's try let's try an upfront approach. He's gonna go up to the guard, like Alistair just as himself is gonna go up to the guards.
I'm pulling out
Okay.
both my pistols just to be ready.
It's not
Okay.
gonna get dangerous.
Just, I'm ready.
So you walk up to a few of them, and they're almost holding what looks like a medieval clipboard of sorts. It's just a little stack of paper that they're going over, and it's got a bunch of orders, what looks like orders written on it.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you all. It's just I've heard rumor that there is not really any alcohol in this place. But from also what I've heard that this place apparently has some. Now, I'm new here. Like I just got off the boat maybe 2 hours ago. Or what, an hour ago, give or take.
Okay. And they all kind of like slowly look at you.
Yeah. And would there be any way that you could just give me a little bit? It's for a friend's birthday. We didn't know this place wasn't gonna have any. He really likes alcohol. Is there any way that you could just get us like even just one bottle?
Make a persuasion check for me.
Come on.
That gif is hilarious.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
It's like a bunch of that gif is just gonna happen exactly as
Oh,
That's so good.
natural one.
I got an
natural
11.
one. Yeah,
Damn it.
with a natural one.
It's a natural one, though.
Okay.
No.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
30.
Wait, didn't you say roll persuasion?
Oh, I hit perform. It's the same modifier, but
It's the same modifier. No, I'll say no. That I saw it. I did say performance, but I did say persuasion. But same modifier. So the guards all look at you, and they're all like,
I give him just like the dumbest smile, trying to and like hands up, like eh.
they say, "So you've come to this place, and I assume one of the dock masters have at least briefed you on what's this place is about. We need to keep sharp. You're at the gates here, looking at the wildlands, and you claim you require a drink for a friend."
Yes. I mean,
Give me one reason why we shouldn't just perhaps jail you and your friend and take you in front of the Frostborn to be tried.
I approach Alistair and I say, because I mean, honestly, we're being respectful about it. It released for a friend's birthday. It's a special occasion and a point. A Brotar, he's turning 50. Okay, you don't turn 50 every day. And it just happened that we docked here today on this very special day, and we just want to make the guy's day. And he has depression, and he's like he has sexual issues. He can really perform. So you be just doing a really solid here. Come on.
I mentioned the dementia.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Oh dear God.
I will try to give Bardic inspiration, like just hamming him up, like saying, "Yeah, he's good."
Okay.
Oh my
Yeah,
fucking
please.
fuck.
Well, disadvantage still, so he's got to roll again.
Please.
24.
Yeah.
Roll a d8.
Is it?
And yeah, roll the d8.
Please
Receive
get
your
an
bardic
8.
inspiration.
I mean, not terrible.
Okay,
28.
that's
27.
and so he looks over at you and he says, "Well, to be fair," and now you can see like all of them that are standing out front have pointed ears.
Oh,
They're like, well, to be honest, I don't quite remember what 50 was like anymore. It was so long ago, but and and that's your friend over there, and they point to the half orc or to Brotar, who's half orc.
yes, that is
Yeah.
And he's like, oh wow, well, that's really old for him. He's getting up
Yeah.
there.
And his mind is just going, man.
Oh, is that so? That's really unfortunate to hear.
Yeah.
And one of them kind of nudges the one who's talking, and the one who's talking has like a huge scar on his eye, like just running down his eye. But the other one just elbows him, and he says, "You know, Archmage's gonna kill us." And he's like, "Yeah, but don't you remember those days? I mean, all this whole place." Fighting off these beasts constantly. I mean, these out-of-towners you're trying to have a little fun.
Yeah.
And the one with the scar looks over at you. And at this point, it's only after you've had a moment to kind of look at him that he just really looks menacing. And he just looks at you and says, well, being a young one and being an old one is, I guess, a good time for cause and celebration. I can't just give you alcohol because, well, that would be a breach of our oath.
And I understand that, but we're not asking you to give us. You can just tell us what it is and maybe look the other way.
And he says, I'll tell you what.
And
The best I can do is late at night, there's a shift change. Probably later in the evening. And if you keep your eye out, you'll see that one of the guards will head below. Not long. You've got about maybe 15 minutes or so. Can't tell you how to get into this place, but should you find a way in, that would be the time to do it. I'll let a few of the guys know, but they can't willingly break the rules, if you know what I mean. So the best I could do is if you can show us what you can do and make us look like fools at our job, then bounty's yours, I guess.
I just look at Alistair.
I mean, you still have a job to do, and that's fair. And if we're ever caught, this was never a word was said between us.
Just well. And he now looks at all of you guys and looks at them, and they're like, I hope for your sake you don't get caught, but may the best group win. And he extends out his hand to shake yours.
And I'll take it.
Okay.
And I say, by the way, do you know where they sell adult diapers? Because my friend and I point to Brotar, it's going on.
Says Mr. Shits himself.
I can
He's
take
like,
a
"Oh,
lot,
yeah,
but
well."
I'm not sure if I can let that one ride.
Okay. I'll say for fun. Roll a stealth check.
Stealth. Oh,
And I'll say
shit.
Brotar, roll a perception check. No, this is just for fun. This isn't like
Oh, to see if he heard that.
I'm not.
yeah.
That's lower than my passive perception. We all heard that.
18.
Yeah,
I heard
Brotar,
that.
you,
buddy.
You just heard the word adult diaper, and you saw Gray point at you.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Is Gray wearing the fez?
Of course he is.
Yeah,
I would like to
he's
see
still
if
wearing
I can grab it off of his head without him noticing.
Okay. Go ahead and make a stealth check as well. Which I think you're at this. Oh no, because you've got the.
Yeah.
Would
So
it
roll
been
a
an
strict.
hour long enough to attune?
Yeah, you guys. I'd
Oh,
say
by the way-
before this, you guys would have taken a rest, just to kind of hang out.
Mine is at
Walk
a
around,
disadvantage as well because I'm wearing.
Well,
Oh,
this
that's
is
okay.
more of
Yeah.
how stealthy you can. I guess it would be closer to
okay.
like a sleight of hand than anything.
Yeah. So sorry. I would say. Sorry, that was my bad.
Sleight of hand?
Zundus roll a sleight of hand check, and
Okay.
I would assume it'd be.
and we'll see what it is, and depending on the situation,
It's like a 10.
a 10. Okay. Roll
That's my
a.
passive perception.
I'll say yeah. What's your passive perception? 10.
10.
Okay. So you obviously can see, like you see the guard just make a slight look behind you as Zundus tries to take your hat. Are you going to try to avoid it?
No, I let him do it because I'm
Okay.
working my magic here.
Okay. So you just took his fez off of his head.
Right, now I'm going to try to sneak over and stealthily put it on top of Grotar's head.
Okay, make a stealth check. Disadvantage, I guess, right? Oh no, you straight roll. That's right. Keep forgetting about the cloak. 11. Yeah, Brotar sees you coming from a mile away.
I'll slap the fez out of his hand. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
So the man shakes your hand,
I'll pick up the fez.
Gray,
I shakes his hand.
and he says, I really hope you don't get caught. And then they just kind of begin chuckling, not in a mocking way, just in a friendly way amongst themselves. Like they're kind of all getting a little excited. Between getting battles from beasts outside of this place, they need a little bit of a laugh, so they're allowing you to do it. Do you guys want to take a break for a little bit? And
Sure.
then
Sure.
resume play. Resume this, whatever this is.
The booze bust.
The booze bust. That's so good.
I'll be right back.
Say,
I actually do have an idea for when we get back, but I'll say it in game.
It's just I won my natural 20. Why?
I mean, like, Zundus is going to suggest that we check the dock to see if, like,
That
maybe
would
it's
probably
safe.
been smart.
Oh,
Well,
Yeah.
they're like looking for shit though.
yeah, but I mean, where there's a will, there's a way.
Maybe we could try there while we wait for night.
It was
But
a
we
shot.
also made a deal with these guys to try, and
True.
not.
But, you know,
But yeah, I'm gonna go get some water.
alright.
I am Zebek.
I'm back.
Yo,
Hello.
So
No.
yeah, so that's my suggestion anyway. Is just checking the dock. But yeah, I had to do that. Try to have him
Well,
bond
here's
a
the
little bit more.
thing. Is it? Well, even with that, like we were like ship escort. Like we changed ships.
That's true. I guess I should have asked if there
So
were any actual ships docked, or if that was just the case. Like they can't even come in at all.
well, they kind of shot my idea. I was planning on getting more Silvermane mead, but
Oh man.
which that's interesting.
Oh, this place sucks.
Just a tad, but it's
okay.
gonna be fun.
I'm telling you, maybe I watched too many movies or something, but
What's up?
dry towns always make me think that there's more sinister things going on.
Oh yeah. I
Well,
grew up in
we
one,
know
man,
that
but they
fucking
are.
Carvos is here.
Yeah, sorry, man. You know I had to do that too. Tried to join in the fun.
It'd have been funnier if you made it work, but
I know, right?
it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Hey, you haven't seen what Alistair playing on doing yet.
Oh lord.
Well, after we get the cake, you know what we got to do, right?
You're gonna find a girl to jump up out of it?
We're gonna sing, damn it.
Oh. Damn it.
I know y'all probably don't watch wrestling, but do you know what happens whenever a cake shows up on like Monday Night Raw?
No.
It goes into someone's face
Oh my
What?
god.
every time.
So you're saying they kept that going still? Like the whole cake to the
Oh,
face
yeah.
things? Like I haven't watched too much wrestling since like the 90s probably, but that's been a long running thing.
It's been a while, but
Besides, Alistair can't do a lot of fun shit because his powers are banned.
Hey, at least you're not wearing a freaking wristband.
Well, that means you're not tempted to do it.
Yeah, like remember Alistair, you could still cast spells, just if you're caught. Okay, Zundis can't cast spells because he's
Yeah,
obviously.
and knowing my luck, I mean, you saw that persuasion, Jack. Bye.
I mean, God forbid I heal the sick and the dying. That would be tragic.
But you also have command.
Yeah, I just don't use it.
You still have. Well, you technically have every paladin spell.
Yeah, I do. I just have like a specific set of spells I like using.
Meh.
I switch it out if I think I might need something else. Like one of the main ones that I always have ready is Find Steed. I just haven't had cause to use it yet.
Well, we might soon because we're gonna be riding to what is it? What's his face?
Yeah, provided they take this damn thing off my arm.
I mean, with Brotar and Alistair, we probably could get it off.
Brotar, can you roll a
I'm not strong.
history check?
History?
Yeah, history.
+0. This should be good. No, 6.
Okay, no problem. Give me a sec. I'm just going to move my setup to a different spot. Yeah, so what are you guys planning on doing at this point now that
So
we can resume? I guess everyone's back with some things.
I had an idea, but I'm not entirely sure if we'd be able to do it anyway, because like, what's the dock situation here?
Docks? Like in what sense?
Okay, so we were basically caught up by these disc things and brought to shore, but are ships allowed to port or no?
Yeah, like as you guys were kind of leaving the docks, there were ships porting, but you see that they're greeted in the same way. They kind of go through the Dragon's Maw, skeletal Dragon's Maw, and then they are met with a similar crescent-shaped ship that goes up and kind of clamps onto them.
Yeah.
And then some of them are, at that point, they disembark or they're led. Like you guys weren't like clamped on. Like you eventually see the Carissa start parking itself, but with this thing clamped onto it.
So my thought was, despite the heavy security, people would eventually go through the effort of trying to smuggle something in. I'm assuming that somebody somewhere probably has alcohol down at the docks and it might be easier to get a hold of than to try to do this. Or at the very least, it'd be worth looking into while we wait for nightfall.
You can find that information out if you want, or you could just assume it, but you don't know at this point. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's just my assumption. Like, I don't know for sure.
They seem very strict when it comes to this. Trying to do that, at least. Like, they don't just allow any ship to come port with no real reason, and knowing that the history of this place is a little more towards you're not supposed to, just consuming alcohol willy-nilly, that perhaps they might be a little strict on letting bring that kind of stuff, and even if they did, there wouldn't really be much of a reason. Only because there's not a lot of people using alcohol, so.
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of like they might have it for their own personal consumption.
If you want to try, definitely.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not something I would know for sure, but it's just sort of a thing that like a hunch.
Yeah, if you guys want to attempt to do anything like that, you can definitely, at the very least, go ahead and try to turn that information.
That's my suggestion. It's up to y'all.
I mean, we did kind of make a deal with them that we would at least try.
So, I mean, fair enough.
It's up to you guys. Try it.
But, Well, I'll let birthday boy decide.
Like I said, I'm just throwing out a suggestion. It's up to group vote or, in this case, Brotar.
Well, I think we should at least try to go this way since you guys did so much work and made fun of me so much. Might as well. It got to be for something.
I suppose you could consider this your birthday present or birthday activity.
How long did we have
Sure.
until this shift change or whatever?
At this point, it would still be early afternoon, so you guys are free to do whatever you want, or just even before noon, I would say. So you guys could.
So we have
let me know
like
when you get
the
close to it.
entire day.
Is there anything fun at all to do around here?
Depends on your definition of fun.
I feel like I just sit around and watch
Like an
grass grow
entertainment
here.
district or something?
I mean, guys, if we don't have anything to do right now, we could look into Savas's dad and see what we can find out about the Kaivis Corporation.
I suppose it'd be a good idea to get back on track, yeah.
Okay, so at this point, as the day goes on, it does start getting really chilly for you guys. There's not a lot of necessarily snow drifts or anything going into the city. There's mild frosting, but it's a very cold full day, basically, like very cold.
We should get some warm clothes.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna propose. I was not prepared for this weather.
And Alistair feeling the cold given his predicament and I guess where he grew up.
That's a good point. I'll get everybody to actually make a Constitution save, please.
Oh, fuck.
Jesus.
Yeah, 15.
Oh boy.
13.
Alistair, roll it at advantage, everyone, and Samuel.
That's nat one. So that's going to be
Still
fun.
15.
I had a 22. I don't know why it didn't come through on this one. Saves usually are fine.
Sabo, you get nice.
Rotar.
22.
What else did everyone roll?
I
Sabos
rolled
rolled
13.
21. As Zundus rolled a 2.
That's a one, man. That's a one.
And Gray, what did you roll? Sorry,
13.
13? Okay, I'll say Zundus and Gray, your constitution drops by 1.
Oh, shit.
Jesus.
Curly.
Fuck.
The fingers are now freezing, and you guys are, like, as you guys are wandering the streets, going in and out, you got this chill in your bone. Can't quite shake off, just because it's very frigid in this area.
Hold on a second.
Alright, we probably should get you guys some warmer clothes.
So is that like a permanent thing, or?
No, it'll probably wear off as soon as you guys kind of warm up a little bit more, but it's just, you have to find a way to just shake cold weather.
Just light it.
It's like a
Torch.
cold that, it's almost like, I mean, you guys understand, you guys are from California, like, you know, if I threw you guys in Toronto, right, in the middle of winter, you guys would probably be like, what the hell is, I can't.
I'm from Rio. I would die there in the winter.
Yeah, you would die. You would actually die.
Might take me some adjusting, but I grew up in a place where it was 20 below during the winter, so.
Yeah. But you know that feeling where, like,
Yeah.
it's so cold that you just can't shake it off? Like, it doesn't matter if you're under a blanket, you take a hot shower, you've got this cold chill in your bones that you just can't shake off like that.
Yeah, like your blood is fucking freezing in your veins. Yeah.
Which explains a little bit as to why Savos is the way he is, you know? Despite the fact that he's a thin, half-elf man, he's quite tough. He's not afraid of things. He's got this hardy disposition.
Yes. Well, let's get some warm clothes, yes.
God, why
So,
did I?
anything else you guys want to do today?
No, get the clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm dying.
Alistair will be on the lookout for a clothing store.
Okay. Do you want to just look around or
Yeah.
ask around or?
Yeah, just try to find a.
Okay.
Unless Savos knows of one.
Do I?
It's like hasn't changed so much, but you get the sense that some places have changed. Some of the spots that you would go into have generally moved or changed shops. But I'll say either someone give him the help action, or Savos can make a survival check, just to kind of track around, ask around.
Yeah, I'm gonna help because I'm so cold. I'm really looking around to see.
Okay.
If I can find a-
Okay.
Like I'm actually grabbing people on the street. Like, where can I buy some fucking goddamn warm clothes?
So as you grab somebody, and Savos is just sitting there thinking on like where can I find some? You grab a half elf who's just kind of wandering by, and he says, "Warm clothes, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm fine." And then some human female comes along and says, "Oh, relax. He's just looking for warm clothes. You see over there, you can actually find one if you'd like." And she points to another dome building. It's really hard to find anything in this place because it's just, there's no signs. It just makes it very hard to tell anything and discern anything from each other, tell anything apart. But there is a building, small one, that looks like just every other building at this point.
Okay, thank you.
I'm like
And-
right behind him.
Yeah, so you guys all eventually make your way towards this shop, and you're greeted by a group of humans, actually. There's about 3 humans, all female, and they're all standing about as you guys walk in, kind of just twiddling their thumbs, and they get a little excited as you walk in, and they say, "Oh, customers, you're looking a little chilly there, friend." And without even hesitation, you guys are kind of just overwhelmed as one of them just puts a warm blanket over top of you. Some of them are like brushing off a little bit of the frost that's formed on some of your armor. And one of them is already, for some reason, holding some sort of warm, hot liquid inside of a cup and handing it to Zundus. And they say, "You looking for anything, friend? You looking for anything?"
Some warm clothes.
"Oh, we've got plenty of those." And she just immediately, they're all just skittering about.
I kind of lift the mask a little bit, just enough to drink.
It's nice. It's like a warm tea, or hot tea rather.
I haven't had tea in so long.
Well, and again, as you guys are saying this, there's already somebody measuring you guys. There's already, people just, the 3 of them are just scattering around, accomplishing a bunch of tasks. And one of them, this long, flowing blonde hair, very pale skin, though not elven, human, goes up to you and says, "Okay, well, we've got all manner of things. Are you looking for something tailored, something off the shelf, off the rack, if you will? Something to keep warm, something to look good?"
Ma'am?
I don't care about looking good. I just wanna.
Ma'am? Go ahead, sir.
No, I don't care about looking good. I just it's so cold here.
Very well. They start bringing boxes of what look like gloves, hats, scarves, all sorts of things just brought to you.
Yeah, definitely gloves, jackets, anything really.
Oh, well, we've got these. And then they start kind of pairing the colors that you're wearing, trying to match you guys up. One of them actually goes up to you, Gray, and says, oh, these crimson gloves will match you perfectly. And you could see, like, as you're wearing it and they're putting it on you, like, it's very color coordinated. So you've got, like, a nice dark gray, smoke gray overcoat that they've put on top of you, and they've got these red gloves that match the exact tone of your skin. So your face is like matching your gloves. You've got this dark overcoat. On Zundis,
that's nice.
they're pinning a cloak over top of you and putting a scarf around your neck, and they're just like generally dressing you guys up very, very nicely.
Thank you.
I will take
Alistair is kind of getting into it.
I will take a scarf to you.
Very well, very well. And they just kind of start putting stuff all over you guys. And as you walk in, like you know, it's kind of like when someone's just wearing piles of layers of clothes for no reason. It's like they've just put all these things on you.
Oh.
And they're like, well, you could take all of it. You could definitely take all of it.
Yeah. What Alistair's gonna try to do is like pick out stuff to give it to more go with his armor and kind of meld it into like a more performer outfit.
So she actually just keeps a few of them actually start wrapping stuff all around you, just putting on random things, draping it over your shoulders. A lot of them are kind of this weird fur. It's like bristled boar fur almost, very thick.
I already got the feather motif going with the cloak, and I'd rather not get rid of that. So, and fur and feather kind of clash.
One of them is like disappointed and just kind of removes it from you and walks away, and then gets a little excited again and runs back and drapes another one on you. And this time, it looks like a chieftain's cloak. like the neck has tons of multicolored feathers emanating from it as they drape it over you. And you're like, that suits you better. That suits you. And you guys look at Alistair, and he kind of looks like a bird now. Like he's just got tons of feathers all around him.
Here, and Alistair's gonna look around. He's gonna find a few things like green and purple, and kind of just mesh it with his armor and try to make a more warmer version of more or less what he's wearing, just in different colors.
So they eventually find all of the things that you guys want that match exactly how you guys need, as they have plenty of things in this place. One of them actually even goes up to Brotar and holds up a bandolier. It's like a nice, long, a rounded bandolier. And this one is actually, it clashes a little bit with what Brotar's wearing, but it's very coated in different skins. So it's like a patchwork of different animal skins. But it is a nice looking bandolier that they just kind of drape or hang. It's hanging on their hand, just holding in front of you, Brotar. And they say, well, if it's what you want, I'll tally all of this up.
Well, I wanted a jacket, like a long jacket thing. That's it. And some gloves.
And they kind of look at your brown, long overcoat, and they say, yeah, that's, this, when it starts snowing, the snow really just screws that stuff up. It's going to start staining it, and, well, here. And then they actually find you one, and it looks like an animal skin, like a different animal skin. It's not leathered. It's almost scaly by nature. But it is kind of a long overcoat. Also brown.
Scaly is that what you said? Like it's made out of like snakeskin or something, or alligator?
I'll say if you want to make a nature check.
I'm genuinely curious what this thing's made out of.
I wish Quinn was here. He would know what this stuff is.
That is an 18, natural 18.
An 18? Yeah, it looks like something you've seen before. when you fought Mrs. As, it looks like what looks like
Oh.
possibly a giant snake or a Yuan-ti. There's like a shed skin, and it's very, very thick and leathery to the touch. But actually, like, you do notice that it looks like it would repel liquids very easily, but it looks like snake skin.
Okay, I'll wear that. I'll take it.
Yes. Is there something that I could wear on my face underneath this mask that would insulate it? It's metal. It gets very cold.
And
almost like a ski mask, basically.
The lady looks at you and she says, well, it's a little bizarre. It looks almost like an arachnid of some sort. And one of them is like, it's appalling. And the other one is like, it's grotesque. And the main one is like,
Well,
oh, we
he's
got
not
something
gonna look
better.
at under it either.
Wait, what did you say?
Well, he's not much of a looker under it either.
And they all kind of smirk. They smirk and they're just like, well, wearing a mask like that, I highly doubt it.
You know
In any
what?
case,
Zundus actually unsnaps the little like straps on the side and takes it off.
Oh shit.
and the three of them are like kind of like, whoa. They kind of gasp at the look of you. And they're like, is that a drow? A drow in our establishment? And one of them is like, I never thought I'd see the day. That is... Well, you're not quite as ugly as I thought you'd be. I mean, I've heard stories of fangs and protrusions, and the other main one with the long hair is like, shh, just be mindful of our guests. They are customers after all, and I apologize, sir. You are quite handsome, to be fair.
Thank you. My fiance thinks so.
Oh, she's a lucky woman. If that's the case, I do have quite a few masks, and you see off in the rack in the corner, it's on a mount, actually on like what looks like a mannequin of some sort. She kind of just removes it, and it looks kind of like a Vega's mask, from Street Fighter. It's got It's just a very plain oval-shaped mask that just snaps onto your face. Basically, it's pure white.
But this fits under the other one? I can't exactly see outside without the mask.
Well, it might fit, but I figured you would get rid of that hideous thing.
It was a gift, and I needed to see.
Well, this is all we have by way of masks that would perhaps suit you, and you could attempt to do so.
I'd like to see if I can get it to fit under the mask.
It kind of hugs your head really tightly, and kind of uncomfortable at first, but eventually you're kind of like, yeah, I can make this work. She's like, well, it's a shame it's being hidden by that horrible thing.
Like one of the eyes kind of lights up a little bit.
They're kind of interested in it, like, ooh. Okay, well, I believe that's what we've got fitted for you, except you, my friend. And they look over at you, Savos. They're like, you're awfully quiet back there.
I'm not cold. I don't have anything much to say.
Well, aren't you unique then? You from around here?
Sort of.
Well, I guess having a local around is quite nice. Well, if that's the case, shall I tally it then? And as she says this, like, you guys all look at each other and you're all just like donned out with like a ton of clothes.
Hey, real quick though, what was the deal with that bandolero belt?
It's like patchwork of different skins, so it almost looks like a jigsaw, like sewn together.
I'll take it.
But it is a bandolier.
Add that.
Like, they just kind of like drape it over you without your permission, and it kind of just adds to more of the weight of that you guys are already just wearing all these positive clothes. And she's now tallying this thing. And she says, well, for the whole lot, that would be 350 gold pieces.
Savos?
Fine. Slap 35 flat now.
It is for our protection, so I'll count it.
Thank you. Service.
And she says, ooh, I knew I had a good feeling about you buyers. I'm glad you weren't just a riffraff that usually spend nothing in this place. Well, should you need anything else or need anything fitted next time, please do come back.
I'm gonna look extremely pissed off and stare at Alistair.
Should have left the gold in Oldwin then.
If she left the golden Oldwin, we'd be freezing to death right now.
I could have covered it if we needed to.
Oh yeah, I could have paid for all this if we needed it, but make the kid pay for it still.
So now you guys are just looking mighty decked out. And warm, actually getting a little too warm now. You're in the shop, you're covered in all this extremely, extremely hardy clothing that just warms you up. Everybody's starting to sweat a little bit underneath. Yeah, very funny. So,
Okay.
anything else you guys want to do?
Look into Savos's ad.
I mean, how would we?
Yeah, how are we gonna go about doing that?
I mean, it's the kid's town.
Well, don't look at me.
You don't know where your dad lives?
I guess that's a start. And then I'll walk out of the store and start walking home, I guess.
Everybody's going to follow, I assume, at this point?
Yeah. Waddling along.
Going home.
I mean, we still got time
I'm
before
going home.
we can try to break into the place,
Yeah.
right?
It would be like afternoon time at this point. You guys have the full day, basically, at your disposal. So, you guys begin to follow Savos, and he just knows exactly where he's going from this place. He's just walking and continuing on. And after about 15-20 minutes of walking, and at this point you do see there are some people outside. There's not a lot. It's very chilly, so people are generally just going in and out of places. More of these rounded buildings start encircling you guys as just you're walking through Ecclesia. Eventually you hit a rounded street. Again, no corners, no intersections that would pose as a corner.
So it's all like mergers, and then it's just all roundabouts.
It's all roundabouts and curved, and, the paths are all circular in some way.
Yeah, they all either merge together or diverge. They don't cross at all.
Yeah. Until eventually you do come across a particular area, Savos, that looks familiar. As you are now nearing your home.
Wow.
Alright. So, how many people are around besides us?
There's not very many. There's probably, as you're passing through the streets, you do see maybe about 5 or 6 people just kind of wandering about, some carrying stuff home. Some people are just They pop out of their house, they look around, and they go back in.
Alright. So I'm gonna go somewhere secluded where nobody can see me, and then
Okay.
pop up disguise self. Make myself look like I'm gonna become myself look like Sardon, I guess.
Okay.
And I'm going to motion everybody to go hide while I knock on my door.
Okay. So you pop your disguised self in a small, rounded kind of area surrounded by bushes. And now you look like Sardan with the long pointed ears, dark hair, slicked back. And you approach a nice home. In front of it, there is a symbol.
Is it a symbol I recognize?
Give me a sec. Yeah, make a religion check.
Oh, yay, something I'm hopefully good at. Religion.
Oh,
He rolls a
can't
1.
be completely shit.
I rolled
That's
a
pretty
2.
shit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, it's strange because knowing your parents, you just don't, they're religious, one of them at least. You don't really recognize what this symbol is, and you're kind of like, oh, that's new. Never noticed that before, or at least it's new, so you may not have seen it since you've left.
Alright, I'm gonna knock on my door.
Okay. So you go ahead and you just walk up to the steps of this modest-sized, rounded home, cylindrical home, and you begin to knock on the door. You wait a few moments, and after a little while of waiting, you're just about to turn around when somebody answers the door and peeks their head out. And you recognize that it's your mother, Ria, who opens the door.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna say, hello, ma'am. May I have a moment of your time to talk about the Mormon church?
She goes, the what church? The Mormon?
Is the man of the house around?
Oh, no, he's actually in the middle of a sermon right now. But the Mormon church?
Yes, the Mormon church. Accept God and you shall be saved.
Make a persuasion check.
This wasn't where I thought this would go.
None of us thought this would go
Ow.
here at all. 21. She goes, well, and she thinks for a moment. Just for a few moments, she's thinking, and she says,
You gonna brainwash your mom?
I suppose I'm willing to hear you out. The lessons from the gods have always been to remain open.
Well, I don't have any books or pamphlets on me. I will go get some, and then I leave and go to the party, where I hope they are hidden somewhere.
And she kind of just shakes her head, like in a strange way, and just turns around and closes the door.
Like,
All right, I'm gonna drop disguise self, and just say that Father's in a sermon. We'll have to go to a temple somewhere, and then I go to the nearest temple.
His father's probably getting drunk somewhere, is what he's
know
really doing.
God your father worships?
Jay?
Yeah, so all you saw, I'll say, you know what, make a history check. Just do it at advantage, because I want to know how much you would know what the deity actually. Okay, you've heard of sermon about it before. And now that you kind of thought about your father, and you're like, oh yeah, he's a worshiper of the god Eldath, known as the Green Goddess, Mother Guardian of Groves. She's a lesser deity and her symbol is above your door is like a circle, and it's got kind of pines and different plants inserted into it, but in the center looks like 6 rivers flowing. It looks almost like a waterfall flowing into an open pool.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just say to Alistair that I'm gonna say my father worships Aladak, the goddess of growth. That's what you said, right? Goddess of growth.
Goddess of groves.
Oh, groves.
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah, that's just what I'll say.
Do you know where that temple would be?
Jay?
Yeah, you would know, easy enough. You've remembered, okay, yeah, father just take me to these kinds of places, and eventually you do lead the party there if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, that's where I'm gonna go.
Not too far. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Who was that woman that you were speaking with?
That was my mother.
I don't mean to pry, but I'm assuming you're not on very good terms with your parents.
Not really.
I see. My condolences. I know how that feels.
That was your mom?
Sorry, what did you say?
I said that was your mom?
Yeah.
And she didn't even recognize you? Like, how long's it been?
Well, he disguised
I thought he
himself
undisguised himself.
after he
undisguised
ran away.
myself
Oh, I
after
missed that.
left.
I apologize. Rotar's not paying attention again.
When does he ever?
Never, never. Fucking magic. No, I don't get it.
Oh, I'm sorry. If it's any condolences, I'm not on very good terms with my mother either.
So you guys all eventually make your way, and Savos leads you to what looks like a relatively decent-sized church. It's not huge. It's not small by any means. It's another rounded building. This time, though, despite the fact that most places don't have a sign here, this one does, in fact, have the sign. The same sign that you've seen on Savos's home's door.
And here we are.
Well, okay, but now what?
I don't know. I was hoping you guys would have a plan.
Well, we could try listening to the sermon and try to catch him afterwards.
That would be the easiest route, I suppose.
I
So
suppose.
you guys are going to walk in?
Yeah, I'll head in.
I'm going to wait, because I dropped my disguise self. I'm going to look for another place to put it up again.
Okay.
You're so lucky that we know where the booze is.
So you do eventually put this disguise on. This time, are you going to still look like Sardan or look like someone else?
I'm going to look like Sardan.
Okay. So, you suddenly look like Sardan after a little while. With the rest of your party now, you guys are standing in front of the Church of Eldath. You're going to walk in?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. You walk in, and immediately somebody runs up to you and just holds their hand out in a hush position, almost telling you to be quiet, and points to you to a pew right in the back that's completely empty.
Just
I'm going to
shuffle our
walk
way
down.
in there.
Yeah.
So you guys all quietly sit down, and in front you see Savos' father. Well, or at least what he has looked like, or described to be, for the rest of you who hadn't seen that. And he's in the middle of a sermon, and he begins to shout. And there's a few people here. There's actually, it's not completely packed, but there's quite a few people inside. There's probably maybe about 30 people or so. the church is still has a few seats open. And he says, "For what you know has been granted by the Green Goddess herself. We must deepen our characters. We must deepen our understanding of the natural world. These attacks that take place are not random. They are part of the Mother Guardian's design. And so we must bow ourselves to her will. We must stop this bloodshed. These animals, they simply act on instinct. They do not want to harm us. They do not have hate in their hearts. They're simply being part of nature." And he turns around and looks up at this large symbol of Eldath, holds his hand out, and he says, "The Quiet One, please, let these beasts be forgiven for their discretions against us, and let us be forgiven for defending ourselves, in the hopes that one day we might coexist in peace here in Northern Leon."
Jay, does he have
Yeah.
the staff on him now?
Yeah, at this point, he holds his staff up, slams the ground 3 times. Everybody takes a quiet bow, and one by one, people start getting up and leaving at their own time, at their own pace. Some staying longer than others, a few of them leaving immediately. But the place is starting to clear out slowly.
Savos, time to talk to your daddy, I guess.
I'm gonna stand up and approach him. I still have my disguise self up, by the way.
Okay. You have to push through a few people. Not push through, but you just have to wait your turn. You had a few people who are just going up to him, shaking his hand. A few others are asking to be blessed, so he puts his hand on top of their heads and just kind of whispers underneath his breath and nods to them as they all eventually start to leave. Some excited, some going through the motions.
Before we get up there, can I ask Savo something real quick?
Yeah.
Like- Just, that is your daddy, and if this goes sideways, are you good with what might go down here?
I hope it doesn't come to that.
Me too. But if it does, are you willing, or does that how far you want us to go with this? I think we need to have you make that call,
Yeah.
and I think you better do it now before we get up there.
We can finish this without bloodshed.
All right,
So
it's your call.
we won't.
I'll stand by your side on that.
If I may add my 2 cents, it seems rightly dangerous to slay a man in the temple of his own god.
which is
Or goddess in this case.
I think we're going to try our best to not have that happen. So let's go ahead, Savos. You lead.
Well, at the very worst, I could possibly get him to give us it, but we'd probably have to make a run for it.
By the way, Jay. Jay?
Yeah.
Is our con still affected, or have we warmed up by this point?
Yeah, at this point, your con has returned back to normal.
Excellent.
Oh, thank God. I mean, guys, we just putting it out there. If it does come to a fight, we don't have to kill him. We can just knock him out.
That is true.
Unless he calls on his god and does some kind of weird shit.
There's 5 of us. I'm one of them.
All right.
But like Salvo said, he doesn't want to shed blood. We should honor that, as it is his
Oh, wow.
father we are dealing with.
I'm sure there's
100% agreed.
I'm sure there's someone guarding the booze in the basement. Because I know there's booze in the basement.
Mm,
I say we stand off to the side and let him talk to his father. We intervene if we need.
I'm just playing around with another character.
Go, Savos.
So,
Go talk to your daddy.
Savos,
All right. So, is the temple cleared out for all but us?
at this point, there's a few who are hanging about, but they're in the back, probably about 15 feet behind your father, or we're near where the rest of the party is just kind of hanging about near the pews.
All right. I'll just drop disguise self and walk up to him.
Oh, God.
Okay. He immediately is like a little distracted for a second, just kind of doing something, thinking that everybody had already kind of approached him at that point. You delay your approach a little bit, and eventually you just walk right up to him as yourself, and he just kind of says, "Son?"
With the stupidest smile on my face, I'm gonna say, "Hello, father."
Looking shocked at this point. He says, "But you left. The Aradio, are you okay?" And he just runs up to you and immediately gives you a big hug.
I'll hug him back and I'll say, "Oh well, I'm not dead, am I?"
He says, "Clearly, but so good to see you, son."
It's been a while.
Oh, and he kind of like fixes himself up a little bit, like he just slicks back his hair a little more and kind of just says, "Yeah, you look good. You look good.
You
Strong."
look old.
Oh, well, these past few months have been a little stressful with your mother and I.
By the way, Jay, I'm gonna grab Brotar's arm and I'm gonna try to sneak away to find a way to the basement. See if I can find some booze.
Okay.
I'll take the hint and go with him.
Make a stealth check, both of you.
Oh no!
Wish I had gotten my thingy back.
Yeah, sorry.
13,
That's all right.
but
Not natural 20.
So,
Still better than me.
11.
So, Brotar, you just kind of pretend you're looking at a few of the candles, a few of the little, wreaths that have been laid out across this whole place. Just kind of taking it in, looking at it, pretending. At times, some of the helpers look at you, and then you're just, without them even noticing you do it, you just pretend you're praying, and then they look away, and then you kind of sneak closer and closer to a little area that turns. It's almost like a corner that turns. Gray, as you're doing that, they catch you in the process. But Brotar, Gray has given you an opportunity where some of them are like, "Excuse me, sir, I'm sorry, but are you part of the clergy?"
Oh yes. I'm new
God
here.
damn it.
I don't think we've met yet. My name is Alistair.
Oh, you
Make a deception check.
You steal my name. Fucking Sabo steals my name. What the hell?
15.
It's tradition.
I'll just do this.
I'm gonna kill you all in your sleep.
Okay.
Hey, leave me
So
out.
she goes, "Oh, well, we were expecting some new arrivals, but have you been properly vetted yet?
Oh, wait.
You have to
I'm sorry.
speak. You
I
have to
do the
speak to the
vetting.
sage
No. I touch his arm and I lean in and I say, I am the new sage. And I point to Savos's dad. He's dying. Haven't you heard?
Make another deception check.
What kind of bullshit are you guys getting us
Oh
into?
no!
Oh!
Yes!
Natural one.
Oh!
Can
That's
I?
so good.
No, I'm.
She turns to you and says, "Oh, I assure you that the sage is alive and well. But who are you?"
My name is okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. All right. I am a detective. There's been a murder.
Oh God.
Make a deception check at disadvantage.
This is going nowhere fast.
And we're gonna lose half our party just for being dumb shits.
17.
Oh, I was
Seven.
so... that one.
That was almost good.
He rolled a
She
nat-
goes-
DM rolled in that one.
She goes, "Oh, well. Oh, I assure you the clergy will help with whatever is required of your case. What is it that you seek?"
Right now, I just need space to perform my investigation, and I would like if you didn't tell anyone about my business here, because that could affect the interviews, the questions that I'm going to be asking everyone later. So let's just keep this on hush hush.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry. You see, we're not allowed to let non-clergy members here. If you do, in fact, need access for your investigation, it's best to speak with the sage. Sage Whitemane is quite understanding of such matters and will gladly give you access should you require it. But I am in no position to grant you that kind of access to this place. I apologize.
Okay, fine. And I just turn around and I stomp away.
Okay. While that's happening, Brotar, you just snuck through everybody at this point.
I rolled the 22 on a perception check, trying to look at him. So I see him, and I'm just gonna glance at him and look away, and say nothing to nobody.
Yeah, so you would have seen this, but it's a little bit shocking. You're paying no mind since you're just suddenly speaking to your father after not seeing him for how long? At the very, very part of at least 3 or so more months. He says, "Where have you been, Savos?"
Traveling. Can you hear me?
You know the Archmage is looking for you.
Oh, fuck. Well, this can't be good.
And I'm torn as your father. I would rather not give you up to the Frostborn to be tried for your discretion, but at the same time, I'm bound by my duty. So what is it that you want while you're here? And have you seen your mother yet?
Yeah, I saw her a little bit ago.
And she knows you're here.
Not really.
Well, for what you did, I don't know what the Archmage is going to do to you, or the Frostborn for that matter. But as your father, I will. And he kind of looks up at the symbol that's floating above the altar, looks at you and says, "It is what nature intends that a father look out for his son, so I'll do what I can to help you, but you must keep a low profile."
I'm gonna put my hand on his shoulder and say, "Thank you, Father."
Says you could stay here. Below.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I
It
didn't
says
hear
you
you.
can stay here. Below. You traveled alone.
I have company, but... And I'm gonna point at my party. They're right there. They're all there.
Alistair just gives a wave.
Son just kind of inclines his head, but says no.
Certainly made quite some friends there. They look quite menacing, Saddles.
They
Hey,
are
We look
a
fabulous.
diverse bunch.
He's the most
We
dangerous
didn't
of all of us
spend
anyway with the
350
fireballs.
Plat or 35 plat to look menacing.
Well, I'll grant them refuge here as well, if that's the case. I'm sure it's what Eldaf would want. But you should know that they haven't forgotten. In fact, the Aradia is still under repair.
What the hell did you do?
Not the time.
So, while that's happening, Rotar, what are you going to do?
Okay, so I'm by myself now, right?
You're by yourself. You have basically turned a corner, and there are a set of stairs descending down.
I'm gonna go down the stairs.
Head down the stairs.
Yeah.
We don't
Okay.
even have communication because
Are you gonna
I
just-
don't have any sending ability left.
I'm gonna
I'll
sneak
say,
my way down the stairs and see what I find.
Okay, make a stealth check.
That is a 14.
So you just quietly tiptoe your way, and you do avoid a few. You just touch your toe on a few steps that just creak a little bit. You circumvent that a little bit, and you just eventually head down the stairs that are. It's fairly well lit. There are candles and candelabras just hanging on. Sconces on the wall. It's well lit. At the bottom of the stairs, to your left, there is a door. That is it.
Can I see if the door is locked?
You click it open, and it just opens.
Have you thought about an escape plan yet?
Nope. I'll
So,
sneakily go through the door.
okay. So you walk in through the door. Make a perception check.
I'm pretty good at that.
We find that
fuck.
Savas' father is
It's a
actually a
10.
murderer.
10.
10.
Yeah. So it takes you a minute, but your eyes just slightly adjust. It's very brightly lit down in this area, and there is a large room, probably about 30 by 30 feet or so. And so if you walk in through the door, immediately to your left, it's almost part of the room. It just extends into a hallway. So it's almost like these are the stairs that you've walked into. The door was here. This was the door. There's a hallway that just extends like this.
So,
you walk down these
I mean, is there
stairs.
anything over here in this part of the...
Yeah, as you look around, you just see a few
Oh, I see.
boxes. There are some, random trinkets laying about on a table. They look like things that would be used during the sermon. A few goblets, candelabras, some incense, etc. That's all you gather for the most part.
All right, let me continue down this hallway over here.
We're
Okay.
gonna steal some sacramental wine.
That's what I'm looking for.
Are you gonna just do it?
Stealth. I'm a
regularly or
sneak.
stealthily?
I'm sneaky.
Okay, make another stealth check.
Always sneaky. Oh, shit. This is 7.
So
It's getting worse.
You're trying to move stealthily along this hallway, making sure that you're looking around. You don't recognize it at first, but there is a slight raised platform that you just step through and immediately trip over and sends your body rolling. Makes a loud thudding noise as you're kind of rolling around the ground. You wait for a few moments.
Does anyone notice up front?
Oh my gosh, okay. No one has noticed.
Oh, God.
So you just get up
I'll just get up,
and you just start making your way and continuing on.
looking around. Anybody see that?
Well, no one sees it. You come upon a larger room this time, semicircular at this point, like that.
Okay. What do I see?
Make another perception
Awfully
check.
similar.
Let's hope this one's better. Oh fuck. 7.
Yeah, so again, it looks like quarters or some place that has been lived in some degree. There are drapes over top of stacks of something, you don't know, they look like boxes or barrels, you have no idea. But there are just like, it looks like an old basement, basically. There's just stuff covered and draped, loose things laying about. There's a small table, a very modest looking table with a few cups and plates. That's about it.
Fucking time to change these dice, I think. Let me look at the table and see if there's anything. You said there was like a table, right, with shit on it?
Yep.
I
What
take
are
a
you
closer
looking for
look.
specifically?
I'm looking for booze or a trap door that gets to the booze.
Okay.
Our
Make-
mission-
Like, let me go move the candelabra or something and see if it makes it. I mean, this is Ryan thinking, not Brotar.
Make an investigation check.
Okay. Those aren't very good.
Net what?
Oh, no. It's a 10. Natural 10.
Okay. So, you're trying to be very clever. You're just pulling on candelabras and sconces, and you snap a candle, and you're like, oh, that's not a switch. That didn't work at all. And you're kind of looking at the table. There's a fork. There's a spoon. You kind of look at a cup. You sniff it. Just smells like water.
Doesn't even smell like
Doesn't seem
booze.
to be any booze down here.
Motherfucker. All right. Well, I guess I'll.
I swear, the big bad evil. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that I swear the big bad evil guy of this campaign, it's gonna be the Lords of Ecclesia that want to end alcohol worldwide. Not Faustus's dad, not Kaivo's. Alcohol
It's true.
orders.
Prohibition is your enemy.
Yeah, this drawing is very dick-like, by the way.
It's
This,
very
chur-
dick-like,
this
yes.
church is a penis.
Very valid.
But it's a natural thing, so it
Yeah.
works
It's
natural.
to be honest.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
so. All
It's
right.
very
I
phallic.
I guess I'll just head back up unless my dumb luck can find something on my way back. But
So you just hang your head low, couldn't find a single drop in this place, and you just pout your way back up.
Now you gotta sneak out.
yeah,
I guess since I've been addressed, or rather introduced or pointed out, I will approach. Albeit I'll probably stand a few feet away.
Okay. Are you going to try to escape this place stealthily, Brotar, or are you just going to kind of walk up and...
I mean, is there any
Shit,
other
far.
way? Can I tell if there's any other way out of here besides going back the way I came?
There is no other way out. This is a one-way place.
I'm just gonna
Just
fucking
tell
walk. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna be stealthy no more.
Okay. So...
Can I try to notice Brotar, like the door turning before anyone else does, and just cough loudly to try to cover him?
I'll
Is there a way I
say,
could tell.
if you want to do that, make an insight check,
Okay,
and Brotar, just make a stealth check,
15.
just to match and see what...
Stealth, is that what you said?
Yeah. Just to determine what kind of noise
7.
you're making. Okay. So you're making quite a bit of noise, and Alistair's sensing this. Like, he can kind of hear you sitting near the back, just being like, oh, God, this guy. So he's just kind of, to his embarrassment, being the one making all the noise as you're making noise.
Yeah, he is just coughing profusely like he
Yeah.
just swallowed his spit the wrong way.
Yeah, like you make a banging sound, and as you make a banging sound, Alistair just slams his elbow on the pew and says, sorry, I'm just not used to this place, and he just elbows it, and as you're kind of walking and you hear the door click, you just hear him like flicking Zundis on his shoulder, on his armor, and he's saying like, sorry, just a nervous twitch. And every time you do this, someone is looking at Alistair and almost looking really annoyed in the process. And as you're making your way upstairs, Alistair, in a grand gesture, begins to suddenly just tap dance for no reason in the middle of this whole thing to mask your footsteps, which somehow succeeds. Although one of the clergy women come up to you, Alistair, and say, sir, this is a place of worship. If you could please keep the antics to a minimum.
I'm sorry, it's just this place, it moves me, and I am one for one of the arts, and I just can't help myself when moved by such greatness.
Deception
God,
check.
if I had a
Yep.
I'm trying to shoot at you right now.
So-
Deception.
Savos, you're having a moment with your father about this, and your friends are just causing a ruckus behind you. 12. Okay. She goes, roll a 10. She goes,
Yes.
one more chance, sir, please. Now, no more antics. Eldath will frown upon you for these discretions, but we won't ask you to leave. But one more, and we will have to.
Alright, I am terribly sorry.
You are free to worship how you wish, but dancing in the middle of a pew and flicking your friend, poor guy, on the shoulder
He
continuously.
had lint.
I'm sure he did, sir. Now, please
So
worship
it's just-
quietly.
Sorry, he's just looking at both of them with like the soulless spider eyes.
Eventually, Grotar does emerge, and no one seems to just notice this, as all eyes are on you, Alistair.
I'm going to look
Yeah.
my father dead in the eyes and say, I swear they're not usually like this.
We're booze hungry.
Hey, Savos, you know where we can get ourselves something to drink? I'm thirsty.
Just fuck all kinds of duck.
Good. And Kodlak looks at you, Stavros, and says, well, you definitely made some friends. Are they
They're
always...
better than this. I swear they're better than this most of the time.
We really are not.
I don't know what you're
Hey,
talking
speak
about.
for yourself.
This is like Tuesday for us.
It's like, you know, when you're like somewhere and you're like, you know, trying to chat up a girl. Like, I just imagine this, like, you're trying to chat up a girl, trying to look cool, and your friends are like, hey man, did you get her number? What's going on?
Hey, remember that skin condition you got?
Yeah. Make sure she
I'm
knows
trying
about your
to
skin
not get us
condition.
killed. I don't care about looking embarrassed. I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Did you tell her about the ball thing that you got? You know, that thing on your balls?
Oh yeah, remember the syphilis?
Don't forget the syphilis.
Oh gosh. Yeah, so
I swear
This-
my friends would do that to me in real life.
we would too. We would too.
This episode is just chaos incarnate.
Yes.
So I would like to turn to look at Savos' father and say, what can you tell me about your brothers?
So Kodlak turns to you and says, well, Eldath believes in the path of no violence. and believes in nature. And in fact, here, let me show you. And he kind of pulls open a chest that's sitting on the altar. It's a small chest. And you just see like a pile of broken weapons. Like there's like hilts, there are arrows that are snapped in half, portions of what looks like just the top head of a mace, but with no handle of any sort.
Jay, I want to do an insight check to see if it's on the level.
Who Samus is father?
Yeah.
Yep, make an insight check. Like if you mean he's just being truthful.
Yeah.
Nothing shady or culty about it. So. Yeah, from his tone and his body language, like he's a serious follower. He's a devout follower of Eldath. Doesn't seem to have any sort of weird hidden intention. Doesn't treat Savos with any sort of contempt or give off any vibe.
I'm gonna approach him, and I'm just gonna say, "What's up with you and the Water Baron?" And what was the place called?
Willowdale Wharf.
Willowdale Wharf.
I'm gonna start rubbing my temples and sigh really loudly.
No, I mean, I believe. Look, Savos. I believe your dad is not a bad man, but I'm just curious about the situation. That seems like an interesting company for a man of faith to keep.
He goes, and you kind of looks at you, Savos, and says, looks at you again, Gray, and says, you are...
Greyjoy Lux. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Pleasure to meet you as well, and the rest of your friends, Savos? I mean, I'd feel a little comfortable talking to them if I knew their names.
And from the left, that's Brota, Zundus, Alistair, and this is
That's
Gray.
it.
Yeah, that is it.
Pleasure to meet you.
Says, well, I could tell you all about my history with Oglin, but I'd like to know why. Have you met him recently?
Yeah, we did. And we could have this conversation over a drink if you want.
Oh, well, sorry, I don't drink, and I'm afraid we have none here, but...
Took a shot.
Certainly, well, I've got some things to do around here. If you guys would like to, you're welcome to stay, come back. I mean, I've told my son that you could stay downstairs if that's what you wish.
So we didn't even have to break in at all.
Did he leave the chest somewhere with the broken weapon?
Yeah, like it's on the altar behind him. Like there's a chest, and he's kind of shown you just a bunch of broken weapons laid out.
While he's talking to everybody, I'd like to approach it, sit by myself.
Okay. And he kind of puts you in priority because he's a follower of Eldath, and he says, excuse me a moment, and he turns and he says, oh yes, those are all those who have turned their ways, broken their bonds, and now speak the word of Eldath.
So Santos kind of takes two things out of his cloak, although he doesn't expressly try to hide them. He doesn't really try to openly show them either. One is the scimitar handle, and the other one is the emblem of the Red Knight that he was given. By the old woman.
Are you looking for a bit of guidance?
I'm looking to put my past behind me, and I thought that this might be a start.
Well,
So he takes the broken scimitar handle and places it in the box.
okay. He says, my friend, that is a grand gesture. we all have our paths, and we all seek guidance from time to time, and I believe you're doing the right thing here.
And so, Thundus actually takes the mask off.
He doesn't even flinch. He's not even shocked by your display. And he says, Eldath welcomes all, my friend.
Oh, sorry. Like, I'll pull to the side and whisper to Sados. So, are we going to talk about thing S or thing K right now with your father?
Speak English, damn it.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Roll
for
intelligence. Because I think it would be funny.
Oh.
Okay,
not so funny.
you know exactly
Jesus.
when he says thing S, he means staff, and the thing and thing K is talking about
Carvos.
Carvos.
Yeah.
Mm.
Even I knew that, and I don't speak English.
Yeah, so I'll say at this point you guys can talk freely. I mean, he's busy with some this kind of just putting
Yeah,
the staff.
but still, just in case anyone else overhears, I don't
Yeah,
want
that's fair.
either name out
Yeah.
if we can help it. So,
I mean,
So he turns to you on this and says, actually, well, if you want to discuss your bonds further later, perhaps I could tell you about mine and you could tell me about yours.
Perhaps.
And if your friend really wants to know what happened between Oglin and I, well, that is a part of my bond. In any case, I'll let me just tend to some things. And he just begins to, he bows to you and excuses himself from all of you. Turns to you, Savos, and says, now, son, your friends are free to come and go, but please just be aware that you are not to be seen. You are among trusted here, even amongst them, and you see a clergyman and a clergywoman who are kind of in the process of sweeping the floors, gathering up some of the donations that have been made, as he takes the chest full of items and begins to leave and descend down the stairs, leaving you guys all in the main area by yourselves.
So I'm just kind of puts the emblem away and says, that I felt good.
Hmm.
Right.
so should we try to discuss tactics right now?
I suppose
I mean,
so.
So,
look,
are we
here's the
gonna
thing.
try to talk?
He
Nah, what is
doesn't.
it?
He doesn't. He seems to believe what he's saying, at least. But he's talking a lot about, pacifism or whatever, turning in your weapons. But he's holding a very powerful one. I mean, supposedly
Well,
powerful.
I mean, not all staves are destructive weapons.
That is true. We don't exactly know what this thing does. All we know is that the Water Baron said that he could use it to give him power or something to that effect.
I say we try to steal the staff and get the fuck out of here. And,
Oh, we still have Carvos and the booze to deal with.
I say we handle the booze first.
Well, that's coming tonight.
I'd rather we try to talk, but that's just me.
I don't know. I kind of feel like the time for talk is over. I'm getting itchy.
I don't
Well, we
think that's
still
ever
don't
true.
even know where Carvos is here.
I still think there's booze down there. I don't know what the hell. They got it hidden somewhere.
Fine.
I mean, Savos, do you think you could talk the staff out of your dad's hands?
Maybe.
I mean, what's going to happen if you try to talk it out of his hand and it doesn't go well?
Worst case, I piss him off a lot and he disowns me. But that's worst case.
I mean, I didn't see your whole interaction, but it seemed like you guys are pretty good. Like, I don't think you want to try to piss this man off. Seems like a pretty decent guy. I mean, it's
He
not
is.
it's not like he kicked you out and you've been on the street forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I'm talking absolute worst case.
All right. I mean,
But realistic cases, I don't get it.
I was ready to fuck shit up, but I don't think I want to right now.
Or do I? And for that matter, I'm not sure the man of person this Boulder Baron is.
You know, can I just propose something? I say fuck the water baron.
I still at least want to know what the staff does. If we can.
Yeah,
Can
we
someone?
could ask him. We could warn him that the water baron is gonna send someone after him, because we know that's gonna happen. If we don't get it, he's just gonna find someone else.
Well, I mean, look at this place. You really think you could send... From what I remember, the Waterband was thinking this would be a suicide mission for us.
Yeah.
I mean, this was his replacement for banishment.
So I say we ask him about the staff. We just just learn what it is, and we just move on to the next plan. Because I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think he's gonna do anything awful with the staff. So yeah, that's my opinion.
I have a proposal. So that you should go and see your mother.
And this time, don't talk about made-up churches.
So what are you guys going to try to do?
We're gonna get the booze, I guess.
Yeah.
What time is it?
At this point, it's probably approaching early evening.
Okay, I'm gonna go downstairs and what time did they say the shift change was?
Probably around later in the evening. You gather probably around midnight-ish. Might have to scope it out to see the exact time, but around midnight-ish.
When did his dad say for us to meet him?
Anytime. He just said like when you guys are kind of ready to bed down, like he'll just
Right.
be hanging around
Okay.
the church grounds.
That's gotcha.
So what do you guys want to do? You guys still have probably a few hours.
We should probably get Savos to go see his mother.
Well, there is one question on my mind. What did you do that the guards are after you, supposedly?
How far away is the Aradia from where we are?
The Aradia?
Yeah.
So you would be kind of just on the lower level. There's an elevated area that's probably about half an hour away, and it's just a kind of fort. Looks like a fortress at this point. That's an elevated ground.
All right. So can we see it from like just outside of the church?
Yeah, like you could peer out and probably see it off in the distance.
All right. I'm going to go to the nearest window, preferably inside where I can see it.
Right. Yeah.
Point to it and say, "I blew up that thing."
So yeah, you guys look at a window in the southwest of this place, looking southwest, and you see what looks like a walled, elevated area, not too dissimilar to the tower in Oldwyn, except at this point, the spire itself has what look like holes. Like from this distance, you can't really quite tell exactly, but it just doesn't look like it's in one piece.
Wait, on purpose?
No.
How did that happen exactly?
Also, good job, kid.
I mean,
I'm gonna look at Zundus and say, "Trade secrets."
I would imagine a fireball was involved.
Perhaps.
Trade secrets?
You heard me.
I've handled plenty of materials in my time. I've also been the cause of burning down several villages. I have not seen something that could cause that amount of damage.
Savos, how strict were the anti-magic laws when you used to be here?
Jay, I'm going
No.
to assume they were very strict, right? Or not?
They had been very strict, but you had a better access because you were part of the Aradia, like you had studied there. So
Okay.
Okay, so you're not the reason why we're in this predicament. I thought maybe yours was the reason why this all happened.
Nope. It's always been like that.
yeah, like well, from what Saris explained to you guys, like basically humans and elves live in this place, so there has to be a somewhat of an order with how magic is used, so that they're not just warring with each other or people are not just going crazy. Coupled with the fact that there are a lot of beasts that attack Ecclesia constantly, coming from the north. Northern Leon is just very, it's at the it's like a frontier. It's a very advanced city in a frontier land, so they're just constantly getting bombarded with attacks. And maybe Savos's incident may have contributed to a little tightness there, but for the general part, like it's already been enforced in this place that magic is strictly forbidden, and they've elevated these iridescent guard or Aradia students to be able to wield this magic and train them at a young age to do so for the purpose of protecting the city. And no one has access to have all this magic for chaotic purposes. But you're not quite sure why arcane is banned.
Yeah, which is a little weird since wizards fall under arcane.
So, anything else you guys want to do as the day slowly comes to a close?
No,
It's up to Savos whether or not he wants to actually do that.
Get the booze? Hell yeah, I want to get the booze.
No, you should go sit back here.
Oh, you cut out a lot. I didn't really hear
Sorry.
that.
Sorry, I said you should go and speak with your mother.
That's an idea. Maybe later.
Booze.
Savos.
Later.
Booze. Booze.
Booze.
Okay, so you guys gonna head out on this ridiculous adventure?
Yeah.
Yep.
But before I do, I'm gonna turn to Sabo to say, you know, you're not gonna drink any of it, right? Because you're still a baby.
Well, of course he won't be drinking any of it. And he's
Okay, good.
nudging Savos.
You stop. He's a
Like I said.
child.
Like I said, he will not be drinking any of it.
Children. He's not going to be drinking any of it. He's going to be eating it.
I was trying to not say that.
Well, someone had to. I'm the adult in this situation.
Savos is smart enough to understand what I meant.
Okay, when I'm the voice of reason in a group, we have a serious problem.
But here's the thing, half elves age, they start off normal and then they patter out to half speed.
Yeah, so I'm technically legal by human age, so fight me.
You really want?
How old are you, Sabo?
28.
He's like 12. Look at him.
You are young.
Besides, I had my first drink when I was 13.
Yeah, who gives a shit? Let the kid drink.
Oh God.
I was only curious. I'm actually 200.
Wait, you what?
I'm an elf.
Yeah, elves live for a long time.
I lean
Nope.
towards Alistair. How long do tieflings live?
About the same as humans. Typically less due to people trying to kill us, but
Well,
if
fuck.
left alone, yeah. About 100, give or take.
That's not ideal.
Hey, it's better than Aarakocra. You get 30 years max.
Yep.
That's a good point.
And he knows this because he knows a lot of different people in a lot of different races.
So your options at this point, guys, would be you can wait it out. We can either call the session soon, or if you guys engage in this adventure, which oddly sounds like our one shot, you guys are running around chasing for booze.
Last time we were trying to make it, now we're just trying to steal it.
Yeah.
Now what would be
So it's up to you guys.
Now what would have been awesome is if the one that we found was the booze that we made 1,000 years ago.
Oh man.
Oh, our one-shot
Then you
booze?
kinda dropped the ball
Go
saying bringing it up.
Never know. But what do you guys want to do? We can continue on for a little bit if you guys like, or if we
Yeah,
can
I'm good.
Let's go get the booze.
Yeah, I'm good.
We are
at
doing the
least a
booze
portion of
heist.
this.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone's in agreement. You guys are gonna go head off to grab this booze.
I don't know enough James Bond names to try to make a booze pun.
So you guys gonna head out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shouldn't we take a
Yes.
rest first?
What do you need a rest for?
We're full.
We haven't
Yeah,
done
no,
anything.
Well, Savos has burned 3 first level. I would say probably talking would have been a short rest. So
Yeah, you guys would have been short resting, just kind of deliberating.
Oh,
You
I
fucking
actually
guys and your
used my bardic
spells, I
inspiration
swear.
die.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
mine
can
is
do
only
shit.
bardic inspiration dice.
Did you have a misfire on your weapon that broke it? No, right?
I think I fixed
It was
it.
just jam.
It was it was just a misfire and I fixed it. I didn't shoot it again, but I've only shot that thing once and it misfired.
We haven't kept up with it, but you got to remember to take the damage
Oh
from
shit.
Bloodrender.
I should probably do it 17 times at this point.
It's okay. I'll just say just do it for the day. So you guys are going to continue on towards this garrison, this outpost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys waited out, spend a few hours hanging about. Salvus's father actually prepares a meal for you guys that you eat, and you guys just shoot the shit. He doesn't reveal too much quite yet. He wants to have a proper time to speak to you guys. But you guys do eventually head out and tell him, hey, we're actually just going to start trying to look around this town and figure out what it's all about. Have Savos show you guys around. Savos pops his disguised self to make sure that he's not caught.
Make yourself
And
look
so-
like your dad.
Yep. If you want, what are you going to make yourself look like? Sardan again?
Start that's going to be my default now.
Okay. So, you guys eventually do begin to approach this outpost, this garrison, in the cover of night. There are very few people out on the streets. On occasion, you do spot some griffin riders who fly above. Sometimes they just fly by, fly low, they look around, and then they fly back up. What are you guys going to do as you're standing probably about, at this point, 60 feet? 60 to 100. Let's not say about 100 feet away, just to make sure you guys are kind of tucked out there.
Like all white and all that.
It's all white and it's rounded.
Okay. Alistair is gonna like have everyone around him kind of like wall him off for a second, and now he's gonna cast Disguise Self and just pretty much be wearing the same thing, but he is just like pure white. Or he's like just a naked mannequin, like the same color as the walls.
Okay.
Gray is going to stealthily cast Mask of Many Faces, and he's gonna make himself look like one of the monk guys.
Okay.
Same robe, same, I don't know, same everything.
Okay. Is everyone going to go sneak into this place?
To be honest, it would probably be best if only one person went.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you would also, that's a trade-off, because you let them go in by themselves.
Ah, fuck it.
Yeah.
We all going.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
Anyone
try
else
to be-
casting?
I'm just gonna try to be as stealthy as possible since I can't cast anything.
Okay. Savos, are you going to cast anything? Oh, wait, you cast a Disguise Self, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'll get Gray, Alistair, and Savos to make sleight of hand checks.
Oh dear
Like,
God.
oh
Yeah.
joy, I have a minus
23.
If you guys are not inside anywhere, you will have to start making sleight of hand checks to cast spells
12.
outside to prevent being detected.
One. Wait,
Okay.
didn't we
Do
cast
Do I,
it
do, I,
inside?
do I have advantage
Stop
because
us,
I hid behind of
Are we all doing sleight of hand?
guarding?
Yeah. No, just the spell cast. The ones who
Oh,
are
okay.
making magical motions.
Spellcasters,
No, it wouldn't
right?
be advantage because the Griffin Riders got your angles covered.
Okay.
So
Okay. So
Um,
12.
okay. No one seems to notice. I roll a 10. No one seems to notice you guys casting spells. You guys find slightly, shadowed corner. Try to prevent any sort of verbal, somatic, or material components from being revealed in this area. Waiting for Griffin Riders to just swoop by. And you feel that your spells have succeeded.
How do I look?
You just see
Ugly
this
as
weird
fuck.
mannequin thumbs up.
So,
Yeah.
what are you going to try to do at this point?
Break in.
Well,
just gonna-
wait for the guard change.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and walk in place.
Walk where?
Where are we going? The garrison?
The outpost
what
that
we
supposedly has booze.
Yeah.
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 I'm.
Alistair will before we head in, he will give a bardic inspiration to Savos because he is probably the one that's gonna need it.
Oh yeah.
So next 10 minutes, you got a D8 to any ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
All right.
Okay. So first order, you guys are gonna try to do what? So you're standing about 100 feet. There is. Sorry, I'm gonna have to clear the dick and draw another dick. No, I'm joking. Well, basically,
I thought you said
I mean,
clear the
it's
deck, and then I
rounded,
realized it
so
was clear the
everything in there
dick.
looks like balls.
everything is phallic in this place. So,
Gotta draw a bigger dick.
yeah.
This entire damn city is this sexual innuendo.
And yet, there's no prostitute. At all. Fucking cock teasing
This
is
is so
chart, but I don't
frustrating.
All right,
So
that
you
is
guys-
the weirdest carnival penis I have ever seen.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
it's-
isometric. So there are like blocks basically. So nothing here is cornered. So there's just like rounded areas. You guys are kind of tucked away, and this is like an elevated area. You guys are like tucked away around here, and I'd say like to go there is like about 100 feet.
So we're
It's not accurate, but just to give you guys a visual, you guys are tucked away somewhere in a rounded area. There's like all these rounded paths that kind of converge, but you guys are about 100 feet from the garrison. What do you guys want to do?
I just want to walk in there.
Okay, and your disguise is what again?
As one of the guys, one of the guards.
The clothing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna walk in. What's everyone else doing?
Alistair is going to try to be his shadow, like literally like stepping in time behind him.
Okay. Anyone else gonna do anything?
I'm gonna follow behind Gray.
Yeah, me too.
I'm just gonna try to stick to the shadows.
Yeah. So at this point, there's like two. It's almost like there's this is called the cloud gates. So basically, you guys are kind of like in this somewhat, and this is like the wilds over here at this point. So you guys are gonna just try to approach it straight up. Or
Yeah.
for most of you. Anybody who's gonna approach the garrison, or I guess I'll get everybody since everyone's gonna follow. I'll
This
get
looks like,
everybody to make a stealth check.
this looks like a butt up
Yeah.
here.
Butts and
23.
dicks all over the
There's
place.
dicks and butts everywhere.
Yeah,
Stealth?
I
Stealth?
was expecting.
16.
Dick butts.
Just dick butts. It's
Uh,
dick butts.
Well, Gray
It's a
was
city of dick
literally just going forward, but yeah, you're
I
right,
always
no,
roll low on
10.
a stealth check.
Stealth.
Always.
You guys suck.
If you
so
can't start
it's
rolling
tiefling
better,
time.
I'm stealing that
I'm
fucking
probably
cloak
just
back.
gonna pretend like I'm not trying to go in. Like I'm just walking.
Okay.
So
So
Alice,
you guys-
time.
You guys almost have like a little group huddle right before you leave, and you're just like, okay, guys, we know the plan. Ready, break. And without any cohesion whatsoever, Alistair walks very bravely forward. He knows exactly where he's going. You all start kind of walking in random directions, and something about this layout is confusing. There's no order that you've seen that seems familiar, except Savos, who also is very gingerly just stepping around quietly. A few of you guys slip on some cold patches. There's just some ice patches laying about. Others are just like looking lost. Like, so this is just standing in the middle of this intersection. Like, what are we supposed to do again, guys?
So,
Wait, there was a plan?
So your plan just went kaput because you're all just wandering in the middle of this square with no people around you. But Alistair, however, is being a shadow to Gray at this moment, a perfect shadow.
So even y'all have lost him.
I am gonna pull out my loot just to be safe, because I might try to create a distraction inside.
Do
Oh,
they
shut
even
up.
have performances here?
I'm gonna pull out
If
my
they- if
flute
they-
and like just try to do whatever Gray's doing.
We should have had flute lessons on the boat.
We should have, but we
Yeah.
didn't. So
Also,
So you guys approach the building. You guys are probably close the gap to around 30 to 50, 30 to 40 feet at this point. Everybody make a perception check to see if when the guard change happens. Anyone can check it.
So
You guys-
we
19. Should I just do it myself? Because apparently I'm the only one that knows what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, seriously.
God.
I got an 8.
oh my god, how the hell did I roll another 4?
The dice are so punishing today. Holy cow.
How do I send D&D Beyond to dice
As soon
to?
as I go in by myself,
I
is
know,
when I'm gonna
right?
roll the nat
Savo,
one.
what's your perception?
These fucking dice suck.
My perception is
I've changed my dice 3 times, and it's not helping.
Okay.
Yay.
So actually, between Alistair and Savos, who kind of have to look up, the rest of you just almost miss it. You're just trying to blend in, too focused on trying to blend in. Savos and Alistair, who managed to sneak stealthily anyways, regardless, you guys look up and you do hear, you don't see, but you guys hear some talking. And as you guys do look up, you do see that the guard who's just been staring out, and is looking at you, Faustus.
Zundus, you mean?
Or sorry, sorry.
I mean, he's
You guys
just as
gotta-
bad still.
You guys got a drink now every time I say that. So Zundus and Brotar, you guys are being very obvious, and there's the guard who's who just is about to step down from his shift. You see Savos and Alistair that they're pointing at Brotar and Zundus as they're kind of whispering or talking to each other.
God damn it.
Actually, and also you, Gray. So the 3 of you guys, they're kind of just like pointing
Really?
at
Even
you.
though it looked like one of them?
Yeah, just because you're just like wandering there. It's like, why is there a guard not in his post, just wandering aimlessly in the middle of the square, kind of thing, right? So, actually, you know what? Go ahead and make a performance check, just to see if you can somehow downplay.
Can I give him the
ridiculous.
help action?
Can I play my flute?
Please don't.
I'll say, I think that might give him disadvantage.
Aw,
You got a nat 20.
make it 0, like I'm moving him as a shadow.
Okay,
You know what?
So, great. You notice? Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, since I noticed that he's doing so well, I want to join in and help
Oh,
with my flute.
Actually, as you're kind of about to just play your flute, you think twice. You look up and you see the guards pointing and looking at you, and you're almost just like, "Oh shoot, we've been spotted." So immediately you play it off like you're ushering Zundus and Brotar to go about their business. So then they're like, "Oh," in your mind, you're like, "I think I could trick them into thinking I'm a guard who's just ushering these random people near the garrison to stay away from the gate." So you're just immediately saying like, "Go now, guys," and you're just kind of ushering them, and you guys kind of begin to move as a unit, seemingly throwing off them spotting you. So good save on that. However,
Oh, yeah.
you guys will have to find another way in or somehow circumvent your entrance into this garrison, as now Savos and Alistair are the only ones who have evaded any sort of visual cue from them.
yes, the one with a -1 to stealth.
and a bardic inspiration.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't help but
like
keep
that's
rolling
gonna help.
4s.
Yeah. So Alistair and
that's
Savos,
like-
you guys are like right up. You guys managed to get close enough. There's no one manning the door, so you guys get close enough to the building. However, Zundus, Gray, and Brotar are just kind of have to wander away. They just have to at this point.
Wait, we are where?
Like you're like you were like 30 to 40 feet. You watch Alistair and Savos just kind of sneak in. But you're noticing that the guards are looking at you, so you're performing right now as if you're a guard, saying like, now, guys, get away from the gates, get away from the garrison, and you're kind of ushering the guys
okay.
away.
So is the change not happening anymore?
The change is taking place still. Like, basically, they pointed, they notice Gray and Zundis and Brotar, and then the shift change is happening. So the guard is currently gone from the top.
And it's not dawn yet, so I can't use the sending stone. Fucking damn it.
What do you guys want to do? The trio are about 50 feet away at this point. The two of you are right up against the building. You're kind of just leaning against it at this point.
Should we wait for him to go and then try to head inside ourselves?
Sure.
I don't like how
Solid
you said
plan. Solid.
Okay, you know what? I just hand Brotar my loot, and then I just go ahead and walk into the garrison.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow
you're gonna-
him.
Okay. Sundis?
I'm gonna attempt to follow them.
Okay.
Maybe seeing if I can remember any of my freaking techniques that I used when I was raiding villages at night.
Okay. So you gather that little bit of acting on Gray's part may have helped. You guys don't have to roll for it, but you suspect that they feel like Gray is a guard that has gotten his hands on a couple of riffraffs and just ushered you guys away. At this point, there is about a 20 to 30 second moment where the guard shift is changing. As you guys eventually run back towards squad mates, that critical saved your ass. Or else the three of you would not participate in this whole mission. So you guys are right up at the building at this point. What do you guys want to do?
I'm just gonna go ahead and enter it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm following.
So you go for the door, and immediately it's locked.
Okay, is anyone here good at picking locks?
I'm kind of. God damn it, I gotta make another fucking lockpick out of drumsticks again.
Chicken. Where's the chicken?
Remember, shift change is about 30 seconds, guys. So
I thought he said like 15 minutes.
It's 15 minutes, but the guy, like, the whole garrison's guard change is going to be about 15 minutes. The guy at the top.
Oh, motherfucker.
I quickly reach into my tackle kit, pull out a fish hook, and hand it to Alistair. See what you can do with this.
So you guys gotta be fast at this part of it. Also remember that there are still people and things going around, so it's not as simple as you guys can hang it around in front of a garrison for 15 minutes. But okay, so you're gonna make you're gonna go ahead and lockpick this.
I'm gonna try with the fucking fish hook.
Better than nothing, right?
Nobody has
Yes.
thieves tools.
I don't think so.
Oh my
No.
God.
Would be
You guys
fine,
are you guys were so prepared for this mission. Wow.
What the hell?
Okay, go ahead and make a sleight of hand check to see if you can thieves tools this thing.
23?
Oh shit.
I am
Okay.
this work?
I had the DC at 20. You motherfucker.
Holy shit.
Yes. We are stealing this booze, damn it.
Okay, it takes you a little while longer, and you guys all catch wind as there are eventually people from the other garrison. You just see the guard, like he just pops his head up, and you see he's doing something on this garrison. And you guys are like, go, 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 go. Alistair just, at the very last second, managed to open this thing. Everybody makes stealth checks.
Okay, before I do that, I have a very dumb idea. That I'm gonna do it because fuck it,
fuck.
we're trying to steal booze from a annoying bootless and
Shocking.
magicless
Shocking.
city.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna
god.
get-
Stupid idea, and he's gonna act on it.
I'm
Okay.
gonna get that spray that I got in the mines,
Oh,
That's
Why am I not
right.
seeing-
And I'm
That's
just
great.
gonna check it. I'm just gonna check the flask because I know it's activated by force. I'm just gonna check the flask down the street, and then I'm gonna enter the garrison.
Okay, make an intelligence check for me.
Oh boy. Don't fuck me. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad.
It is not activated by force.
I'm gonna
No?
shoot it.
It is activated by heated metal.
So I'll shoot it.
So what you actually did was you shot an arrow into it that was on fire, and so the arrow tip that was on fire set the explosion off.
Technically, Grim did that,
Oh.
not Gray.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me see.
So
what
any heated metal, it doesn't need to be strong, it doesn't need to be forceful. Any heated metal dipped into this thing will set it off. It has to be heated metal though.
Can I shoot it with my gun?
Can
You could.
thaumaturgy?
It'll make a loud bang.
Yeah.
but-
Well, it's gonna blow up anyway.
Yeah, it's true. It's not completely wrong.
Okay, I have a stupid ass idea. I am going to summon the summon green flame blade, and I'm going to touch the flaming sword against the flask for a little bit, and then I'm gonna throw it down the street.
The moment you dip your sword into it, it will blow up.
Oh,
So just be aware.
You're gonna blow yourself up.
I'm not gonna-
sacrifice
Okay.
yourself for the booze.
I go, Brotar, how good are you with those guns? And then I throw the flask into the air.
Pretty fucking good.
Throw it
Okay.
that way, you
Make a
kid,
dex
you're pointing
check.
towards the wilds.
Just a straight dex check?
Gray,
Oh.
make a dex check. You'll make an attack roll on it if it, depending
Gotcha.
on how far it lands. If you want to continue.
Mm, 60. You gotta beat
So-
60.
It's not a huge flask, so you just chuck it, and it lands just near the front of the gates, probably about 30 feet away. So you kind of just frisbee it as far as you can at this point.
And then I'm gonna shoot
Do
it.
your thing, brother.
It's up to you guys if you want to shoot it.
That's a 19.
19, that'll hit. So you guys cross your fingers and you look at this flask that's now just skidding across towards the gates. Brotar just flips his gun, circles it in his hand, and pew, takes a shot. Immediately the bullet flies out, smacks this flask, and without even a moment, it just lets out an explosion and takes out part of the gate. Actually, there's a little tiny hole almost on
You know
the
they're
gate.
gonna they're not gonna stay quiet about this. Like they
As
know
you-
what happened.
As you've done that, you
Technically, it was
just
not
hear.
magic.
Who has a perception over 14 here? Somebody.
I
think
do.
Rotar.
I do.
Rotar.
15.
Rotar, you take a shot, and you suddenly just hear footfalls coming from the door that Alistair just unlocked. The footfalls are starting to approach faster and faster. What are you guys doing?
Man.
Let's go around the garrison. Let's they're gonna come out.
We were just trying to make a distraction anyway, so let's fucking go.
Okay, everybody make a stealth check.
Oh, shit.
Just to see how visible you guys are running away from the scene.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Natural
Oh,
20
there
for me
comes the
too.
Nichols, guys.
7.
2 nat 20s on that.
Okay, so
Sava's got a 10.
yeah,
That makes it any
It's pretty
better.
so you
And
hear
so
a
does
bunch
got
of
a 2.
footfalls. Rotar and Alistair sense that something's happening and immediately start ushering. Rotar senses something's happening, immediately starts ushering people. Alistair is helping Zundis, picking him up off his feet, getting everybody going and scrambling outside. Eventually, you guys wrap around and find a small corner tucked away between the gate.
We found
And
the corner.
it's rounded, but anyways. So you guys find a little rounded area, and you just watch. So you guys are now behind this area. You see all the guards rush out of the door and go right here. As you guys are in a small roundabout here. So there is an almost like roundabout this way. So you guys are like stuck in there at this point, looking at the explosion that's taking place here. Just by the skin of your teeth, you guys managed to hide there. However, all the guards are now like pouring out. As one garrison on the other side starts pouring out about 6, and the garrison that you guys are in pour out about 6. What are you guys going to do?
What the hell do we do now?
Are there? I guess people are away. About roughly how far away are they? Like all the guards?
Like from where you guys are in this kind of roundabout, looking out, they're probably about 60 feet from you.
Okay.
So they're quite a distance, but they're just like looking at this hole.
No. Okay, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's only for a minute. That and they're fucking elves, so they have advantage on this shit.
Yeah.
I was gonna hypnotic pattern them all.
Yeah. You're gonna have advantage on that.
Jay, what are those insect folks called again?
They're called the Sarkulians.
I'm going to enter the garrison. I'm going to start screaming, "The city's under attack! The Sarkulians are here! The Sarkulians are here!"
Okay. So you're gonna go ahead and start yelling inside of the garrison?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you gonna walk in stealthily, or you're just gonna run right up to the door?
Oh no, I look like one of the monks, so I'm just
Yeah.
gonna go. We gotta go fight. Go!
I don't have
Okay.
any illusion spells to help with that.
As you're yelling, there doesn't seem to be anybody inside.
Oh, good. I just go look around for the booze.
I'm gonna
Alistair
follow
will-
Gray's lead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alistair will
Okay.
follow
Right there with him.
I'll say everybody make one final stealth check to just because he
Oh,
looks like a guard. Gray, you don't have to, but everyone
okay.
else has to roll a stealth check because
Good.
you look like a guard.
Oh
going
my
in.
god! Yes! Finally!
Okay.
Good lord.
Well,
Zundis rolls 12. Roll time.
Zundis
You roll
rolls
the
his first
13.
13.
stealth check.
I know, right? Jeez.
Okay. So you guys all start ushering yourselves in. Gray, just as you're about to close the door, a hand goes through and smacks on the door and says, "Why aren't you out there fighting the disturbance? We need to find where that source came from."
just go.
Okay, let's go. And then I leave the garrison.
Okay. So you join the rest of them in investigating this area now.
Yeah, I
I
try to
tells
look
you-
very professional.
It says search the area, and you just start kind of wandering about trying to look for this thing.
Yeah, everybody fan out!
People kind of look at you a little weird for a second, and they're like, yeah, they're, they're going to follow suit. They all begin to kind of just scour the area. The rest of you are now inside. What do you guys want to do?
Investigate for the booze.
Yep.
Okay.
Uh,
So you guys are in the main area, and you just see a semicircular room. There's a set of stairs in the center that go down, and a set of stairs that go up. Which way do you guys want to go?
I would assume down.
it would be down, right? In a cellar, right? Or
I
should
don't
we
think so.
split?
No.
Oh yeah, we don't have a way to talk to each other.
Yeah, like you guys are all in the garrison together, but Gray is on his own outside.
Let's just head
I
downstairs.
say,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, you
All
were
of you are
saying?
heading downstairs.
I was gonna say, Zundus, don't you have a? You can do the same thing. With Gray can, right? You can create darkness. That can be our last ditch effort to run
get
out of
it.
here.
Taps the thing on his arm.
Oh fuck!
So you
No,
guys descend
exactly.
the stairs. You were gonna descend?
Yeah.
Running. I was saying that while we're running.
Okay, so you guys kind of curl around downstairs, and it's kind of odd. Like it's fairly deep, despite the fact that up top it's not that tall. It's maybe about 40 feet, 40 to 50 feet high. You guys keep circling down these stairs, and eventually you end up in a somewhat semicircular room downstairs. Make a perception check. Well, I'll say two of you can make perception checks, or I'll say investigate.
Investigation.
Yeah, two of you or one of you with advantage.
I will Bardic Inspiration Savos,
Yeah, because my investigation is shit.
and yeah, I have +1.
I have a +2.
Okay.
9 and an 18. And I guess I'll use that Bardic Inspiration. 3. 21.
21.
Okay. You're looking around and you don't seem to see any booze or anything that relates to booze, but you do find a note. And you open it up and you read it, and it says, "If you made it this far, then my men are idiots.
Well, that's the truth.
You're still going to need to look harder."
There's no fucking booze!
Shh.
You should look harder. That means there's more. Or it's hidden somewhere here. They've probably done something, they've probably hidden it cleverly. They wouldn't just have it out in the open, especially if it's illegal.
This is rigged. I'm gonna
Start checking the false
And
walls.
with that 21, there was. Well, I would assume that would also be part of the 21.
Yeah. So you guys look around, and it does. I mean, the stairs continue. You guys are just kind of at the first sub-level of this
Oh.
place, but that's what you find, just kind of pinned as soon as you enter in the room. Sal's looking around it. So, do you guys want to?
Let's say we keep going.
Are there more stairs down? Or is it
Yep.
just up?
Yep. The stairs continue.
Down
Yes.
we go!
Okay. You guys keep rounding the very bottom of the stairs. Eventually, you come into another level, which the stairs still continue, but this time you come across another level that you guys go into. And in front of you are 3 sets of doors.
I'd like to go up to each one in turn and listen to see if I hear any noise behind them.
Okay, make a perception check.
All right.
They kind of go left to right, so there's like 1, 2, 3, basically. Left, middle, right.
17.
17. Okay. You don't. Is this on just all of them, or the first door that you're going to check?
All of them in turn, like one after the other.
Make 2 more perception checks.
All right.
Okay. One more good one. Oh, fuck.
He jinxed
So,
me.
so you listen in on 2 of them. The first 2 doors are absolutely silent. On the third one, the first 2 that you listen to, you can hear on the first one a sort of clicking, like gears of some sort. Second one, no noise. Third one, you can't tell.
I will relay this information to the others. So, clicking.
Alistair will
Nothing.
try each knob to see if they are unlocked, but not open
Okay.
any door.
Okay. So you just start testing each doorknob. First one, locked. Second one, locked. Third one turns with the no issue.
And he'll relay that to the group.
Okay.
Is there
Why
any way
would
that we
these
could peek
bastards
under
where would
the?
I hide it?
Is there any way we could peek under the door?
It's flush at this point. You can't
Oof.
see any light or anything emanating from this.
I'm looking for anything that might help. What did the skies get? Well, you said the door was flush.
Why don't
The
we?
door is flush.
Why don't we try to pick the second lock, the one in the middle? I didn't hear anything from it whatsoever. It's a start.
Pick the lock if I can.
On the second one?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're going to attempt that, make a sleight of hand check. DC's 20.
Fuck.
Yeah. So you're attempting and you just can't. Something about just being in here. You're getting nervous. You're hearing noises outside. You're unable to concentrate. Opening this door.
Damn.
Let's try to peek in the third one.
You can try if you like.
Okay.
Damn.
Make a perception check.
Damn.
Oh God.
Alright. Did you roll
So that one.
four? That one? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's dark. You can't see anything through that.
Is there like an obvious, like, can we see the hinges to the door on our side?
Wait a minute.
No, it's like it swings outward from where you are. So like if you're standing in front of it, it would move forward. So there's no hinges on your side.
Damn it.
Is gonna try anything else at this point?
At this point, we should just start kicking down doors until one of them has booze.
Or head
Trying not to make a lot
downstairs.
of noise.
Okay.
Should we just
Fine.
keep going?
Downstairs we go.
Okay. So you guys continue on downstairs. You guys run for a little bit down the stairs. I need you all to make dexterity saves, please.
Oh, you
Oh,
little
Fuck
shit.
Four
you
of you.
sideways.
And as this is happening,
20.
Gray,
Oh,
you're
shit.
fanning out. Gray, you're fanning out, and that
15.
hole that the azure spray has made, suddenly you just hear
Oh shit.
as a few shambling creatures begin to walk forward, and they start pouring, almost climbing on top of each other and pouring out as the rest of the guards start circling that area, including you. And we can get to that next session, but they all start saying, "We got whites coming through," and they start circling that specific area that you guys had opened up.
Oh hell.
Salvo's success, some
I meant
success,
for that to
Brotar
happen.
failure. So Brotar, you begin to slip. There's some sort of weird sticky substance, and as you're leading the charge, you slip down these steps. You suffer 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you
Damn.
tumble strictly down the stairs and begin rolling. Eventually, you slam into a wall. Looking over to your right, there's a door. There's a door there. And you now see ahead of you a massive, long tunnel as the wind just starts hitting you in your face. There is a long tunnel down this way. And I guess, yeah, we can end the session there, guys. So we'll have to find out what the hell happens next.
All this for a couple of beers.
Yeah.
Right?
It's worth
And
it.
it's gonna be worth every second.
Now I just gotta figure out how to get that damn bracer off.
Yeah.
Oh man. How am I gonna fight those guys without, magic?
Well, they apparently have some form of magic there. Like,
Yeah.
they're allowed to have magic. and just try not to look very suspicious with the way you fight.
I mean, if I can sneakily summon the